Good morning, County Council. I would now like to call to order this County Council meeting of September 11th, 2025. And at this point in time, as we are able, please join us in the singing and the standing for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please conduct our roll call?
Councillor Mackey.
Present.
Councillor McKay sends his regrets today. Councillor Carlton. Councillor Pringle. Councillor McQueen, I believe, is joining us momentarily. Councillor Nielsen.
Present.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Dickert. Councillor Kentner. Councillor Keaveney. Councillor Body. Councillor Gregg. Councillor Milne. Councillor Dobreen. Warden Matrosovs.
Present.
Councillor Bording sends his regrets today. Councillor Eccles. Councillor Hutchinson.
Present.
We have all members in attendance today, with the exception of Councillors McKay, Bordignon, and McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let us begin by acknowledging with respect that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people known of the three fires, known as the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. We give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, collectively known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the traditional keepers of these lands and waters since time immemorial. In our south lies the traditional territories of the Six Nations of the Grand River and the Haudenosaunee. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and friendship with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. At this point in time, I would like to put out a call if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing none, we'll move on to the adoption of the minutes. It's recommended that these minutes of County Council meeting and the Committee of the Whole meeting dated August 14th, 2025, and the resolutions contained therein be adopted as presented. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Eccles. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion is carried. Next, item 6B, it's recommended that the closed session Committee of the Whole meeting minutes dated August 14th, 2025 be adopted as provided. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Mackey. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. We do not have any closed meeting matters on this council agenda, and that allows us to go to our reports. And it's recommended that the Board of Health minutes dated June 27th, 2025 be received for information. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Dickert, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. All right, that allows us to move on to number 9, which is the bylaws. It's recommended that bylaw 524825 be introduced. Oh, sorry. We just did that. Yes, yes, we had it moved by Counselor Dickert, I believe, and seconded by Counselor Breen. So no apologies necessary. Yes, it's always good to make sure that we're covering everything. Thank you very much. So with that, yes, so we are going to recommend that bylaw 524825 be introduced and taken as read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the warden and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and engrossed in the bylaw book. This is 524825, a bylaw to confirm all the actions and proceedings of council. Deputy Warden, would you like to move that? Moved by Deputy Warden. May I ask for a seconder? Seconded by Counselor Eccles. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Excellent. So we now move on to news and celebrations, and I think perhaps CAO do. I think I'm going to call up on Director Myers first for some exciting news about our Grey County Gallery launch event. If you want to come forward, Director Myers, to the lectern, and then we'll follow up with some updates from AMO. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Warden. Good morning, County Council. You have an invitation on all of your desks there for the official grand opening of our Grey Gallery. This has been an 8-year project that has been ongoing. A lot of time and effort has gone into making sure that we've got something for our next 20 years or more. Our very final exhibit that is put together in this piece of the gallery is called Hope. So what a way to end. So we would like to invite all of you out next Friday night from 6 to 8. There's an RSVP on that invitation if you're available to come and see the gallery. We've got staff to be able to take you through a tour of it. And if you're not available that night, please do join us at any time to come and see it, because it really is impressive. And I think that we've got longevity out of this and a great story to tell about Grey County. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Myers. And with that, I'd like to look to the CAO to provide us with a summary, to share a summary of the AMO conference and the delegation update, and then we'll open it to County Council members who were in attendance that wish to add any extra highlights. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Warden Matrosovs, and good morning, Council. So this is our first council meeting since the AMO conference that was held last month. So we thought it'd be good to do a bit of a recap of the conference. The warden and several Grey County councillors and senior staff attended the multi-day event, included various educational programming and opportunities to meet with various government representatives. The county put forward 4 delegation requests to various ministries, and we were granted all 4 delegations. The first delegation was with Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, Sylvia Jones. Delegates discussed community paramedicine funding and reporting, and thanked the minister for the recent increases in permanent funding support and the significant stability that helps to bring to the community paramedicine program. We asked that the minister consider ensuring that these funding programs see inflationary support over successive years. Funding for the community paramedicine program comes from 2 ministries, being long-term care as well as the Ministry of Health. And each stream comes with distinct reporting requirements and processes. The delegation raised concerns about the duplication of reporting requirements to both the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Long-Term Care. Overall, the meeting with Minister Jones was productive, and the minister really seemed to focus on the duplicate reporting issue. So county staff will be following up with ministry staff to see if this is something that we can work with the ministries to streamline those reporting requirements. The second delegation was with Minister Kusindova Bashta, Minister of Long-Term Care. Discussions included the long wait times for vulnerable sector screenings, the continuation of resident support personnel alongside PSWs, as well as an update on the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment project. Delegates also requested clarity on whether projects are already underway would be eligible for the new funding model announced in the 2025 provincial budget. Further clarity was provided by the minister and her support staff, and county staff will be following up with respect to this. Staff are also in the process of obtaining more information about the new long-term care redevelopment funding model announced by the province, and we'll be bringing back further information to council regarding this. The third delegation was with Minister Quinn, Minister of Colleges, Universities, Research, Excellence and Security. The discussion focused on the financial pressures facing small rural college campuses. Delegates advocated for sustainable funding and investments in colleges as they are essential rural infrastructure for our region. Ontario colleges are facing a financial crisis. Without stabilization funding and structural reform, campuses are at risk. There's fewer local training opportunities would mean that fewer skilled workers, which would directly impact our businesses and economy. The minister was receptive to our delegation and understood the importance of rural college campuses for workforce development. So we'll be continuing to work with Georgian College and the province to continue to underline the importance of the Georgian College Owen Sound campus as a key workforce development hub in our region. In our last delegation, Grey County advocated for a return to long-term funding for small business enterprise centers with the Associate Minister Nina Tangri of the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. Grey County is home to more than 13,000 businesses and 99% of which are small businesses. And the Grey County Business Enterprise Center supports hundreds of entrepreneurs each and every year. Long-term funding for our Business Enterprise Center ensures we can continue providing the tools and services that help local businesses start, grow, and succeed. Associate Minister Tangri acknowledged the importance of the small business enterprise centers and seemed interested in touring the Sydenham campus, which is where the Business Enterprise Center is located. So we'll again be following up with her staff and try to arrange a tour at some point in the near future. In addition to Grey County delegations, I know Warden Matrosov also participated in meetings with local municipalities, the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, just to name a few. All Grey County delegations were supported by Bruce Grey Owen Sound MPP Paul Vickers, and we thanked MPP Vickers for attending and supporting all the delegation meetings. Members of the Grey County team participated in a number of other local delegations in areas such as local access to primary care physicians and family practitioners, to seeking to reduce red tape, and with the Ministry of Transportation with respect to public transit and the Owen Sound Harbor. And I want to thank Niall, Jen Cornell, and Savannah Myers for their assistance with the county delegations, as well as Rob Hatton and Kayla Ryer for helping with finalizing all the delegation briefs. So that's a summary of the email.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm glad that you concluded with the participation of our senior staff and the way that they're helpful both behind the scenes in preparing the applications and the materials, and then that those that were able to come. I certainly think it does resonate and makes a difference on the other side of the table when there are staff members that are key professionals and experts in the particular field that we're talking about, because you, Director Myers, Director Cornell, and the others, you're the ones that they'll want to talk to when they want to delve further into those topics. So it was excellent. And it was also wonderful to be able to have both our CAO and our deputy CAO and to be able to divide and conquer when necessary. And my appreciation to the deputy warden who was able to help with that when there were some conflicting presentations to make. And certainly the highlight that I would like to share is the demonstration, which was duly noted by the ministries, of the collaborative partnership that we have with Georgian College, with Advantage Ontario, by sharing and presenting the luncheon and also talking about the issues for long-term care at our delegation, and the counties. And that included sitting in together with the delegation with Bruce County, who continues to be our most sister county. And it was very much appreciated, again, by the ministry that we could come together and talk about issues together. And certainly that was one of the effectiveness of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus as well, to be able to speak, saying what's happening here in Grey County is also happening in 15 counties. So it's worth paying attention to and problem solving together. So with that, can I just open it up for any highlights that any other members who are attending? So many of you were so busy lined up in the hallways waiting to give your own municipality presentations. A number of you, the chairs of our committees, also came along to the Grey County delegations. Just, is there anything else that you'd like to share about AMO before I open up news and celebrations to all the other wonderful things that happen in our municipalities? Councillor McQueen.
Well, thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning, County Council. Just in a sense, thank you very much for the update on those delegations. I think it's very important that we all hear the highlights of those delegations. I guess the question I'm going to raise, and I did raise it for the Friday before the conference, was the ability for county councilors to attend those delegations. In the past, I think there was normally an email or something went out if you wish to attend certain delegations, that, because I understand they like to register those county councillors that would like to attend. And I don't know if we need a policy on that process. I know that in the past, I think all county councillors were invited to attend if they wish. And so I don't know if there's any comments to that, but I know from numbers, when I was warden, I'd be 2020. I know the Wardens Caucus was made up of many people that filled a room. So I don't know if there's a number, but I do realize that there maybe want to know beforehand. But and furthermore, I know there was a lot of communication that came out with regards to those attended. Some might ask, well, why are the county councillors there if they're at the AMO conference? I just think there's a process that we need to follow through here in the sense of policy. And I know there's a couple I might have liked to attend, which I wasn't invited. And I looked in past emails from past years and we were invited. So anyway, just saying, moving forward, maybe we can, because there's both AMO and Roma itself. I know we're busy with our own municipalities and sometimes we have joint delegations as well. But I think in the past, we have had an opportunity of those kind of councillors attending to be present during those delegations as well.
Thank you. And certainly I have noted over the years that I have been attending delegations, both in the previous term and this term, that there has been a change from the ministry. They are very specific now about who is entering the room, and we're less agile. We're less able to have people come and then people change. It seems to be more of a procedure when there has to be a substitution. So, and I appreciate that they want to know, that they want to have that heads up. So that's certainly something that we have noticed a difference in. And we have been I'll look to the CAO for how long we've been doing the practice of making sure that the committee chairs are involved for that specific topic, and perhaps some feedback on when the transition may have been and what we can do moving forward in terms of policy.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Councillor McQueen, and for the comments, Warden Matrosas. I'm of course happy to take any further direction from council in terms of how to approach this. As the warden indicated, what we've seen is a bit of a shift in terms of ministers asking, well, when we're submitting our delegation request, even listing who's going to be in attendance for that. For those sessions, and so it's difficult to obviously indicate all the council members that potentially could be attending those sessions ahead of time, but we're happy to explore what other options to be able to make sure that we have proper representation around those delegations in order to be able to provide the information that the ministers are looking for, as well as what we're hoping to try to portray to the various ministries. So with that, again, I'm open to any direction. I was, based on the delegation requests and the names that were put forward, I usually put we've been doing the warden, the deputy warden, in case there's conflicts, which there usually always is some conflicts. So again, a bit of a divide and conquer approach. We also try to include any, if there's chairs of certain committees where it's associated with a particular topic, as well as if there's a specific matter that's associated with a particular municipality. So for example, Georgian College being an Owen Sound, we had an Owen Sound rep as well attend for that. So that's how we've been approaching this, in terms of, again, we have to put these in so far advance in terms of delegation requests and who's going to be attending those. That's how we approached it this year, and tried to stick to a similar process in the previous years. But again, happy to take any further direction from council in terms of how you'd like to approach this. I think the best practice is to try to make sure that the representatives that are appearing for the delegation, just because when you get to a delegation, going through the various introductions, it takes a bit of time. The key is to make sure that we're getting the message across to the ministry staff and to the minister or the associate minister in terms of what our requests are. So just putting that into context in terms of, who should be in attendance for those sessions. I think absolutely it should be at least the warden and or deputy warden. And or some chair representatives would be staff's recommendation, but also happy to take any direction further in terms of who else should be in attendance in future Roma, AMO delegations in the future.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take that into consideration. So I'd like to open the floor then for any further highlights on AMO before we go into other news and celebrations. Counselor Body.
Thank you. We had 6 delegations, one of them being jointly with Hanover on policing. And maybe it's, well, I'm going to back up. I want to thank everybody that attended with us. So we certainly had representation from the county and from municipalities, neighboring municipalities and different leadership, because we wanted to show that we're all in there. You're absolutely right. That was noticed when you go in with mayors, deputy mayors, and representatives from different municipalities all saying this is an issue. I found this year that the response was different from the ministers, and everyone that we attended was making notes, asking questions, wanting to follow up, wanting to come to visit. And I found that a little bit different. And I was talking to somebody who works in the Ontario government saying, was there a directive from the Premier's office? And the answer was absolutely not. But they found too that there's more of us coming in from the municipalities with ideas that we were sharing, not necessarily asks and demands. And that was certainly how we framed everything that we went with this year, and felt that we got a positive response on a lot of things. Of course, proof will be in the pudding and the outcome in the coming months of whether we move the line in any way. But I found it a really good conference. I do note that on the sessions, which I didn't get to many with 6 delegations, there was one session in 4 days on homelessness. There were 4 sessions that I counted that had the word housing in it, but most of them were just talking about not necessarily affordable housing, but just housing in general and trying to get more housing built. I found that interesting with what we hear on the ground as municipal representatives in our own communities on those topics. It seems to be a bigger topic perhaps here than it was at AMO, which is fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And other AMO highlights? Okay, well, I think the CEO provided us with an excellent review, and certainly there were more delegations than ever. We were hearing 800 different presentations and delegations were made, because it was not just to the ministers, but also to ministry staff as well, or the parliamentary assistant. So we did, at one point in time, we actually presented to our MPP Vickers in his role in agriculture. So it was very good to see. I did attend a total of 16 delegations, and thank very much the municipalities that invited me to attend, so that we could understand the connections and the way that we could support the lower tier in what the asks were, and also had to turn down a number because of the conflicts. So it was very good to see. Didn't see much of the program, but that's okay, because as I explained to people who are looking from the outside in, this is a key aspect of both AMA and Roma. This is not just an aside. This isn't a distraction from the main event. This is actually part of the main event, to be able to have that face-to-face time and use exquisitely the 10 minutes that you have, and allow enough time for the minister to ask questions back, to be able to make it the one that they put the dog ear on the top of and say, we've got to follow up on this one. So certainly the time is of the advantage in each and every one of those, but very crucial 10 minutes that you have in front of the ministry at that point in time. Okay, so let's open it up to other news and celebrations then from the municipalities. This certainly has been a wonderful fall fair season thus far, and there are more to come. But so news and celebrations, things that are coming up that you'd like to share. We'll go to Councillor Carleton.
Thank you, Warden Matros, and good morning, County Council. This is not something that's coming up. It's something that happened this past Tuesday evening and at Grey Roots, where Georgian Bluffs held our Connect and Collaborate for residents to come in, ask questions. So with the new waste management system coming in, there were a lot of questions about that, questions about roads, about planning. The Owen Sound Library joined us, and we're quite pleased with the response that they got from people. So as a facility to use, I'm really glad that Grey Roots is within Georgian Bluffs, because it's the perfect spot for us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Warden Matrosovs, and good morning, County Council and everyone. I just wanted to share that our annual scarecrow invasion is in full swing in Meaford. Hundreds of scarecrows handmade by volunteers are adorning our lampposts and decorating businesses and our municipal facilities. So it's always fun to come out and see what the theme is this year, which is actually just scarecrows. So there's a real variety of characters around Meaford. The Family Festival and Parade is October the 3rd this year. So they're a huge attraction. Come on out and see. There's an apple pie tasting contest and lots of activities for kids. And also, as if that's not enough, we've got MIF happening, our Meaford International Film Festival, another annual event. And this is taking place from the 18th to the 21st of September with 6 films, 3 dinners, and 3 parties. This year's dinners are provided by Franny's Mercado, Lovebird, and the Dam Pub. And this is a fundraiser by our Meaford Culture Foundation, and those proceeds all go back in to support capital and programming at Meaford Hall. So check out the brochure. I've got one with me if anybody wants to take a peek at what's happening. And hopefully we'll see some of you at Meaford Hall. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And next we'll go to Councillor Body.
Thank you. This weekend we host in the area Canada's biggest premier motoring festival with Concours d'Elegance. I think it's the 10th year. It's a pretty special event. Friday they'll be touring some of the cars over to Wyton and no doubt down Grey County Road 1 with those great hills and views. Wonder if they'll be going up. Some of them don't have the best brakes. Anyway, that's beside the point. Saturday, we've got Cars and Copies starting on Main Street in On Sound, which is classic cars in the area. Some of the cars from the Concours come to it. Running a little bit later, but during the day, same day, in front of the Legion is the Concours de Lemons. That is so much fun. That's where you get really creative stuff, rusty stuff, anything that, if you think about it as being the anti-car show, this is it. People put a lot of creativity into their vehicles, and they're painted differently, and sometimes look like a golf green. Really, really neat, fun stuff, and everyone has fun. And the winners win cans of Spam and different things. So it's just so much fun. At the Roxy are 2 seminars that are pretty neat, and you get a lot of really neat history. This year, I don't have the name, but it is the son of the person that brought Ferrari racing to North America, and he's going to tell the family stories and everything that goes with that. Gilles Villeneuve's wife, Jacques Villeneuve's mother, is one of the speakers, which is really cool. I can't remember what the other seminar is, but look it up. If you're into cars, these 2 seminars will be pretty amazing. And then, of course, the big show is Sunday out at Cobble Beach in Georgian Bluffs, outside the city of Owen Sound still. Geez, I didn't get a reaction to that. If you haven't been to the Concours d'Elegance, you have to go. All the proceeds are going to Sunnybrook Hospital and the Bright Shores Health Systems. Sunnybrook, of course, is doing the little tie-in using the isotopes coming out of Bruce Power and doing research and doing treatment with them. So it's nice to have that connection between here, Sunnybrook, and our own hospital here that has cancer treatment. These are the most special cars in the world. A couple years ago, I joked with one a couple of years ago, stupidly, I said to one of the owners about the chrome on his car, and he lost it on me. It was silver from such and such a mine in Sweden, because chrome wasn't invented until 1934, and this was 1918. He had the entire history of the car. It had only been owned by 3 different people. It had ostrich skin seats. It won the first Concours. Like, these are really, really amazing pieces of art. And even if you're not into them, you know, historic cars. Bill Gates, Porsche is going to be there. He brought it over from Europe, but couldn't get approved to be in the streets for 10 or 12 years, a ridiculous amount of time. So some pretty special cars are going to be there. So I encourage everyone to come up to North Grey and enjoy the 2 days of the motoring festival. Thanks.
Thank you. And are there any other news and celebrations? Looking around the room, we'll go over to Councillor Dobreen and then we'll go to Councillor Eccles after that.
Thank you and good morning, Warden, County Council and guests. I did want to give a shout out to the Dundalk Fall Fair that held its 168th annual Fall Fair on this past weekend. But due to Mother Nature not cooperating, the first ever drone light display had to be postponed. And I wanted to extend an invitation to all to attend that drone light display show in Feversham at the Feversham Fall Fair this Friday evening. Admission is free and it is being brought to the Feversham Fall Fair at the Osprey Community Center, compliments of the Dundalk Agricultural Society. So big shout out to all of the volunteers that participated over this past weekend, and we look forward to the light show that will grace the Fall Fair in Feversham.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And speaking of fall fairs, the Newstead Fall Fair is on September 20th to 21st, getting near the end of the fall fair season. We saved the best to last for certain, and would like to say that there was a function held in Newstead at the brewery a week ago last Friday. They had a lot of crafters, Friday Night Lights is what they called it. And it caused a major traffic jam in Newstead as there was over 2,000 attendees, and parking was certainly at a premium. But the function, and if you get a chance, they are putting on another program there for Oktoberfest. I believe it's the first weekend of October that they're going to host that, and the reclamation of the brewery and the continuation of it. I noticed that the deputy mayor of Hanover was able to find his way down. I won't comment on how he got home, but obviously he was very well because he's here again today. So a fabulous show, and congratulations to the owners of the brewery for promoting Grey County tremendously.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come around the room and look on the screen. Okay, great. That concludes our news and celebrations. And so with that, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Nielsen online. Any discussion? All those in favor? And we are so adjourned. We will take a moment to switch over the technology and begin our agenda with the committee of the whole. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to now call to order this committee of the whole of September 11th, 2025. And at this point in time, I'll ask for this agenda. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on. Business arising from minutes. And with that, we will begin with, we have two delegations this morning. The first one is going to be from Bright Shores Foundation, and it is the 1-year update. And so I would like to invite our presenters to come forward at this point in time. And the clerks will provide assistance with the lectern mic. And I understand you have a presentation, so make sure you're all set up. Okay.
Good morning, Warden and members of council. We're really delighted to be here this morning. My name's Amy McKinnon and I'm the CEO of the Bright Shores Foundation. With me today is Naomi Vauden, who's the Director of Mental Health and Addictions Program at Bright Shores, and Ann Ford is here as well, and she's the CEO of Bright Shores, and she'll join us up here towards the end of our presentation. Today, we're here for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're very grateful for the $1 million commitment from the County of Bruce to the Wellness and Recovery Center. And we just recently celebrated our 1-year anniversary in June of having clients in the building. So we're here today to share with you some of the successes of the 1-year anniversary, and just to further share with you this model of care was grown here out of Bright Shore staff. So this model of care that was developed for the Wellness and Recovery Center for treating mental health and addictions is now being modeled across the province. There's 19 facilities across the province that are going to be built. And Naomi and her team have had many tours and discussions with these other municipalities that are being built, these committees. So I am going to hand it over to Naomi, who's going to share with you more about the facility and the successes after the first year. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us today, and a really big echo of Amy's words. Thank you for the funding for this project. It's been very exciting. I'm going to try to lean forward here. I'm too short. As Amy indicated, the facility's been open for a year from June, and we've had just really exciting successes. So just to recap for those of you who don't remember or are new, just some of the services that we have. So we have a 3-week detox program, more traditionally called detox, but we call it withdrawal management. We have a 90-day treatment program, and we have long-term supportive stabilization for up to 10 patients, clients, and they can stay up to a year. We also have community addiction programs. We have a lot of walk-in services. Every day clients can attend a walk-in if they're just feeling ready and want to connect. We have community mental health programs as well, and walk-in and outpatient leisure recreation programs. We have our injection and clozapine clinics, which are our main tools for stabilizing long-term mental health patients. We have peer and family support, which we've really had some great success with. Our family members are really grateful for an opportunity to connect with a worker, especially when their family member is not quite ready for treatment. We've had some great partnerships, and the meals in are provided by CMHA. And I just wanted to highlight one of the clients that I just got an email about today. And this was a patient that was homeless and from Nation. And he's been followed by SOS when he's in this area. He's been followed by our crisis teams, MHeart through CMHA and MCERT through our hospital programs, by OPP, by Owen Sound Police. Let's see if I'm missing anyone, because there was a lot of people involved. Our emerge departments. I got an email today from OPP just stating how grateful they were that I would say the Wellness Center along with the SOS team have been working so well together and providing an opportunity to collaborate and a central hub to collaborate. And that this individual now has finished their treatment program at the Wellness Center and is moving into their next stage of housing. So this person was very unstable, very unwell, and I really think it's a collaborative between all of our partners. But I would say with the hub with SOS and the Wellness and Recovery Center, we've seen this great success. So that's more of the people part of the success, but we also have the numbers part of the success. And so I've got the chart here. So initially on this chart, what we saw is one of the metrics we track is our 30-day readmits to our emerge departments. Because we know that this is not the best place for mental health and addiction clients in the emerge. So we track that to try to make sure that we're diverting them once they come into emerge. And so what we've seen over the last 5 years is, well, on this chart, 30% reduction, but we just got updated data and it stated a 65% reduction in ED visit that return rate. So some really great successes because we know that this provides an opportunity for our patients and clients to get faster access to the Emerge department for other issues, and also more appropriate access to services for our mental health and addiction clients. So to highlight, we have 58% of our clients from Grey County. We have, being a Ontario-wide program, we've developed a triaging system. So individuals who are Indigenous are ranked on the triage sheet first, and people from Grey Bruce are second. So our wait list did go up. We were taking people from outside of the area on our wait list, but with this triage in place, we weren't able to really accommodate them, and our wait list grew up to 65 people, which wasn't really really able to accommodate. So what we've done is we've held off on even taking the intakes from people outside Grey Bruce. And so our wait list now is 45 individuals. But we've developed a really creative model in which those people that are on the wait list can come in for day programming if they're from Owen Sound. They can have access to a tablet, and they can have remote access to programming while they're waiting. And we've developed a partnership with our crisis support program, which is off the Emerge, to take 2 people that are on the wait list that are more acute. We've also prioritized people that SOS wants to bring in. And so we've gone to overcapacity to flex beds just for the people that SOS want to bring in, to ensure that it's a very complex patient population that SOS serves. And we really, when they have that moment that they want service, we wanted to give them a bed, even if we were full. So we've done 33,000 outpatient visits from June to June, which is really quite remarkable. And that's a lot of groups, a lot of virtual, a lot of in-person. And what else can I highlight? 31 at the end of June, 31 patients that were homeless prior to going into the program have stable housing. And so 202 clients had finished their individualized treatment program, recognizing that everyone has different goals and objectives. So just for those of you who haven't been there, you're always welcome to reach out for a tour. This is the picture of the outside facility. It's on 615 6th Street A East, kind of by the Longamo Quaid building. It's in the old Bayview School. This is a treatment room, just to give you an idea. Just to note the quilts on the beds. So we were just really lucky that our quilting guild donated quilts and ongoing quilts to our program. And this just lovely touch just makes it feel so much more warm and welcoming and less institutional. There's just the 2-bedroom room. We were originally just doing single rooms, and we've changed some of those rooms over to double rooms in order to optimize our space and to ensure we can treat as many patients as possible. Wanted to highlight this, that we have a very strong committee that is from our clients, and we really want to empower them to have some control over their life because the addiction has had control in their life. So we have a strong social committee. This group meets every Thursday with the staff to both address their problems, concerns, and look to improve the program, and as well to plan social activities. As one client has said, their whole world has been focused on their addiction. So how do you go now to having a healthy social life? This is a picture of the Oasis. It's just a group room where they can do a lot of arts and crafts activities. Again, really trying to develop the whole self. The gym, again, just just reminding people that our lives are full of social and recreation opportunities, and clients who have had an addiction for many years haven't had those developed. So we have a very fulsome program. All of the staff have really jumped in. Community partners have jumped in. We have even a secretary doing line dancing on her noon hour breaks. We have really close relationships with our Indigenous community. We have an elder that comes up twice a week, two different elders, they do group and individual counseling. They provide this service to anyone who wants it, actually, not just Indigenous. We just finished the sweat lodge and the fire pit area. And I think we've done 3, maybe 4 sweats by now. One of our non-Indigenous clients made a point of telling us that even though he thought our program was really helpful, really wonderful, and had lots of good to say, he said, it's nothing compared to going to this sweat. So he was non-Indigenous, went to the sweat and said, I just had so many insights into myself from going to that sweat. And here's just another picture. It's kind of neat, those stones that you see on the flip side of the stones are positive messages written by all the clients, because the clients work with our Indigenous partners to build this area. So what's next? We're working with the Bright Shores Research Institute, and we're doing an evaluation just to not just give you these numbers, but really quantify the outcomes. We're almost done our kitchen. No, we're almost done our roof. Our kitchen has just started. So we've been working hard on workarounds with CMHA to provide food services for our building. So it will be lovely to have the finished kitchen for CMHA to work out of, and for our clients to learn again how to prepare a meal and how to, maybe even more than prepare a meal. They may be interested in food services. And we want to do it in time some more work on our beautiful property. So we're working on just the site plan so we can, as we all noted, I think in earlier conversations here today, lots of funding challenges, but maybe in time there's a small community projects that can take part of the grounds. So this we actually found on Google. So it didn't come to us directly, so I'll just read it. I spent 5.5 months there, and I'm beyond grateful to the staff and clients. It is a program that you can honestly give your life back if you put the work in. The recovery workers, counselors, facilitators, bubble staff, that's the withdrawal management part, custodians, the secretary, Crystal, the nurse practitioner, Robin, and the managers, Amy, and director, Naomi, and I'm sure I missed some, are just amazing humans and truly treat you like a friend they are rooting for. I am celebrating 6 months of sobriety today. I get emotional easy when I hear these stories. And I wouldn't be able to do that without every single person in that building. Please, if you're struggling with addictions and live in the Grey Bruce region, reach out. There is help in life after addiction. It's wonderful. And I would be remiss to not just highlight the work that SOS does in collaboration with the Wellness Center. It really is a fulsome partnership.
Is there any questions for Naomi, or do we have time for questions?
I'll put it out for questions, but please don't apologize. It just demonstrates the dedication that you have to your role and the impact that you're making in people's lives. Any questions at this point in time? We'll go to Councillor Greig.
Thank you very much for the presentation here this afternoon. I do have one question. You've got a great partnership established with Fresh Roots, and we know in town Fresh Roots has been able to leverage community gardens well. Across this country, we have vast amounts of underutilized space, which exists in schools. And I'm just wondering, being an old public school, is like community garden or gardening facilities something that you have evaluated or may look at in the future in terms of an opportunity to kind of introduce fresh produce and enhance that that lively kitchen production area you've got plans for?
Yes, it's definitely on the plan. On the original plan, we had a greenhouse as well as gardens. Obviously, we have to really apply to different ministries for that kind of funding. But that is one of the projects, even the gardens, that we envision the community could jump in and use. So we wanted this site plan so that we didn't just start putting a garden here and a garden there and then maybe, take up the space for the greenhouse vision. So it's a very important part of our project, and we see it also providing food for the facility. So it's like right now we have two OT leisure aids, we call them occupational therapy leisure aids, and they are doing some small scale gardening, but that is one of the items that we look forward to in the future. And certainly partnerships are the way to go there, because we don't have that expertise at all.
Okay, I'll just look around. We'll go to Councillor Keaveney and then over to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to share that last night I had the privilege at a board meeting to hear a presentation from Lavender Leal, who I know works with your organization. And she talked to us as a board about how to approach someone in crisis should they come into that particular building. And I just found it really valuable. And I just, as a thought, wondered if at some point perhaps that training perhaps could come to County Council, because we never know in our own lives when we might be in a circumstance like that. So I'll just leave that with you.
Lavender is one of our managers in mental health, and wonderful resource. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, County Council, and thank you for the presentation. I wonder if you could speak to staffing, the complement, like how many staff are on site daily?
I don't know why it keeps kicking off, but we have over 60 staff there. So we moved our mental health teams there as well. So we had the addiction program, which I believe is about 32 staff. And numbers are not my strong point to remember, but I believe it's around 32 and 60 some work there because we moved over some mental health teams. We're trying to merge in historically mental health and addictions were very separate, and I think we all know here intuitively they belong together. And so we were trying to do that by moving our mental health programs in. And as well, there's cost savings and really great synergies.
Okay, and it's not you, it's only one mic can be on at one time. So don't worry, we've got it. Technology is trying to control us, but we're in control of the technology. Any other questions before we move on to the next part of the presentation? I do not see any further hands up. Good. So I think we're ready to progress. So I'm going to turn my mic off so that you can turn yours on. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Ford, the President and CEO of Bright Shores. My apologies, I'm moving a little bit slower today because I had the pleasure of meeting some of the Grey County paramedics about 7 weeks ago when I broke both of my ankles at my home. It was fabulous. Anyway, I'm up and running and moving, but today is not about me, it's about you, and to thank you for everything that you've done for the Wellness Center, but also just for Bright Shores Health System. The AMO, we were very happy to be asked to be providing some input into some of the documentation that went forward. I know you were all talking about healthcare at AMO, so we really appreciate that advocacy because it's a frontline advocacy for all of us and really solidifies what we're trying to bring forward to the provincial government as we try to move this forward. The other thing I'm here for today is to ask you for your participation in our next strategic plan. So we are in the process, we're in the very last year of our current strategic plan. So we're kicking off in October with engagement, both internal and external engagement through the months of October and November to speak to anyone and everyone we can across the region around their healthcare, what they think we're doing well, what we're not doing well, but actually then provide us with feedback. So one of the first groups we want to talk to is you. As you represent all of the residents and businesses within your communities, it would be great to get some feedback from you on what you're thinking of what's happening in your communities and where things are going. We know we've known this unfortunately for 20 years, but we all know we're going to be living with an increased seniors population.
that seniors population is going to drive needs, more needs for lots of community-based and social services and healthcare. We're already starting to see the impact of chronic disease, and it's not just one, it's multiples of chronic disease of folks coming into our ER and being admitted. So having that really round view of what's happening within your communities. I heard long-term care mentioned. I know we're already, working with Gray on some other things. So from your perspective, be great. So you also know, though, as we go out to talk to the community, I know we're going to be in Owen Sound. There's a community event sometime where you're bringing in community social programs. We will be there asking our direct community some questions and just getting feedback. So if you have things happening within your communities, or I know our communications department will be reaching out to everyone, we'd like to put up a table and just have some general conversations. There's no presentation per se. It's just asking folks what they think and where we're going. This will be a 5-year plan. So we are looking at the data. We're finding out what our patients are going to look like. We know the populations are going to be growing. And it's not just about our large birth center here in Owen Sound. It's about the Markdale, about Meaford, and our other partner hospitals that are in Bruce County. How are we managing? How are we looking at that regional system to manage the stroke that comes in from Lions Head? And I know that that's Bruce County, but that comes in from Lions Head. And finally, I'll finish off with a shout out to Naomi and her team from mental health. The Addictions Wellness and Treatment Center is one piece. You may know we also have a large component of inpatient beds, both geriatric and inpatient beds for mental health here at Owen Sound. We have some pediatric beds, not enough. We're advocating for a couple more pediatric beds because the only pediatric mental health beds other than here are in London. So you can imagine trying to get a pediatric patient. So we're looking more at adolescent. We're working very closely with Keystone on their children's mental health. But shout out to that. But also I'd be remiss if I don't shout out to all of our staff and physicians. The summer has been busy. We know our seasonal folks come in and we're getting ready for surge season. Hopefully the flu's not too bad this year. So shout out to all of these folks. They all live in our communities. They do one hell of a job. It's amazing the dedication that they put into their roles. So I'll stop there, but really looking forward to talking to you more both at this session, and we will be reaching out individually to your offices to see if there's anything happening in your communities where we can just talk to folks. So thank you. I'm happy to take if there's any questions. I know
Thank you very much. And so are there any questions for either CEO Ford or CEO McKinnon as well with the presentation? We'll go to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Good morning, Ann. And I didn't recognize you coming in the door. I didn't think you were I didn't know who was in the walker, so I apologize for that. Yeah, I will say, like, just as a small part, we in Great Highlands had the Ram Rodeo for the last 5 years, but also the presence of the hospital foundation. And I think it has been quite useful to have that ability for people to understand what that type of equipment is used for or whatever. And that's what they were very good at that. I will say the other part is from I hope not to speak too much on it, but all our gate receipts or profits went to the hospital foundation. And somebody would say, "Well, it seems a little bit of expensive and then it was said, "Well, it's all going to the hospital." Okay, so that part of fundraising and raising funds for the hospital is that sweet spot that we all know we need, and that just sort of pushes it over the top. So it's a balanced approach when you're raising funds, but everybody needs healthcare, and it just seems to be that I don't want to call it sacred cow, but it just everybody understands the need, and when it comes to fundraising and stuff like that, people give. But it's also important on the education, and I will say on that part, having a table at those functions is an opportunity for yourselves and others to communicate what it's all about and why the funds are so important and I can't remember all the unique utensils that they would have on that table, but they're pretty expensive, right? And they have to be in it because they have to be top-notch quality. But again, it just seemed to be that win-win, and the communication of just explaining that was so beneficial in that part. So I think that's a good part. Keep moving forward on.
Thank you for that, because I know that the foundations, Amy's here and Owen Sound, but we also have 4 other foundations that are other facilities that do raise money for us, and it's an incredible impact to what we are available to do. I think one of the things, I'm here representing our hospitals. There's a whole community of healthcare that happens outside the hospital. And, even as we look at the strategy, how are we starting to, we already partner, but how are we starting to look more towards our community partners to help us keep patients out of the hospital? No one wants to be in a hospital. No one. I mean, it's one of those things. It's not like you're going to a hotel and having a good time. No one wants to be there. We are a necessity. But what do we need to do in the future to help people stay healthy so they're out of our hospitals? They'll always be needed. Oh, I gotta shut my.
Just to follow up to that, Madam Warden, and I don't know if people have been listening to the radio the last couple of days, but there's been a new ad program out talking about prevention and a new type of getting testing and stuff like that. Is that relatively new? Has anybody heard it recently? It's talking about early screening and there's like 500 things that you can get checked out that about cancer and that kind of stuff. It's a whole new campaign that's out there. I found it's quite, it's preventiveness or early part of detection. And I just wonder if that's a new campaign from the Ministry of Health, but I've noticed it in this past week. There seems to be some ads which makes sense. I don't know if you have any comment to that.
There is going to be more of a push on prevention and screening. So I think everyone knows, there's already screening for colon cancer, and there's breast screening, and the Ontario breast screening guidelines now have reduced the age down to 40 for women to actually come in for mammograms, which is fantastic. The cancer rates in younger people are growing for certain things like colon cancer in younger individuals, and we're talking people in their 30s and 40s. So there's another push on that, but there is going to be more of a push from the ministry and through our OHTs around prevention and how might you be able to get some of the tests, et cetera, through the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, anything online? I don't have my screen. There we go. Okay, great. Well, that looks like that's the conclusion of the questions. We appreciate all 3 of you coming today and providing the update, and certainly there are lots of good news in what you're able to share with us this morning. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So at this point in time, the clerks have requested we take a brief break between our delegations. So what we'll do is we'll take our mid-morning break at this point in time. And if we could come back, let's try to make it back by 11:10 and we'll carry on from there. Thank you very much. I'll just encourage our county council members to start coming back forward to their positions. Thank you. Okay, so looks like we have our quorum back here. Now I can announce that we are actually not going to be entertaining item 4B. That delegation has been postponed to a future meeting, so we'll bring them back at another time. That allows us to move to item 5, which is our determination of items requiring separate discussion. There's 5 different items under the consent agenda this today. So I'm going to ask for the items that wish to be pulled, and then we'll move the motion to look after the rest of them. Anything through items 6A through 6E that any member wishes to pull for a separate discussion. Councillor Greg.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have 6B that I do have a question related to, so I'd like to pull it, please.
Okay, so that's 6B. Any others? Okay, not seeing any hands online or here around the horseshoe. So without 6B, it is recommended that the following consent agenda items be received and that staff be authorized to take actions necessary to give effect to the recommendations in the staff reports, and that the correspondence be supported or received for information as recommended in the consent agenda. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Dickert. And any discussion? All those in favor? That motion is carried, and we will revisit item 6B at the end of our agenda. Okay, so now we'll go on to the items that are scheduled for discussion. That is section 7. The first one that we have is item 7A, Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting minutes. And Director Myers, you'd like to speak to that? Let me get the motion on the floor for you and then offer you the lectern to speak. So with that, then it's recommended that the County Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated August 7th, 2025 be adopted as presented, and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. That report EDTC PEDAC 0825 regarding economic development, tourism and culture strategic progress report, August 2025 be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? I've got it moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. It's on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Myers.
Thank you very much. And through you, Warden, we had an excellent PDAC meeting. There's a lot of energy in our PDAC meeting, so thank you to Chair Keaveney, who runs those so smoothly. We started the day off with a delegation from Amanda Meja from Henry Burnick Entrepreneurship Center. So as you remember from last year, this was a pilot program and partnership that Grey County entered into to bring that service to this region. We've always had to rely on it through Barrie, but we wanted to see what potential there was here, what relationships we could make, and what impact it might have by bringing it here to Sydenham campus. And it was a really successful pilot. They supported 20 businesses who are not in the startup phase, but in the actual growth stage with things like IP, so intellectual property, that is an area we do not get into as staff at the county. That's not an expertise of ours. We were able to tap into their mentors who are through their Barrie network. So instead of having to just rely on local mentors that we're able to create, we now have a wider net cast. We also have excellent partnership with the staff at Henry Bernick, and now with Amanda's departure, she is on the other side of the world, I believe, doing her master's now, which is hard to step in the way of that. But we now have Ryan Burrell, who will be our contact for this area, focused on Gray and Bruce and continuing this good work. So we're really happy with the partnership that we had, and lots of excitement. There's a large PowerPoint presentation that you can look at from the PDAC committee that will take you through all of the wins that we saw across that first year. So that was the first part of our committee. The second, we went into our strategic progress report for August, which is really hard to believe that now we're in September and time is really flying. But a couple of key points to highlight from that report. And the first was the lean training that our economic development, tourism and culture team is going through. So we piloted a lean training last year with our village at Grey Roots. And I'm going to talk to you about some of the successes through that. But this was really looking at ourselves. So our master plan tells us what we need to do to best serve our clients, our municipalities, our businesses. The lean training is for us as a team to make sure that we are resourced, we are structured, and we are functioning the way that we can be most efficient. So we're not trying to do more with less. We're trying to do what we need to do in a good way that keeps everybody happy. So that is ongoing, and we're excited to continue that on through the rest of the year and be back to you with an update on how that has gone by November. We are also working on the memorandum of understanding for Team Gray. So that is a project that is under my portfolio. So I'm working with every one of your CAOs right now. They have all been very generous with their time. We've had 2 discussions at this point. So they will be getting a draft soon. And we'll talk about this at the next leadership forum on October 30th of what this MOU looks like. And it really is about laying out the roles and responsibilities between our member municipality and the county when it comes to economic development and investment readiness. So how we can work best together in a cohesive manner. We celebrated the launch of our newest Gather video, which was featuring downtown Owen Sound businesses and really taking a moment to celebrate all of the good people and all of the good business we have in downtown Owen Sound. So if you haven't seen it already, I do encourage you to take a look at that because it really has been a great opportunity to tell a different story and to recognize all of the good that we have across our communities. Business Enterprise Center, I did want to highlight this. So as Randy had mentioned before, this was one of the delegations for AMO. But just to give you an idea, from April to June, so in that 3-month period, the Business Enterprise staff handled 144 inquiries. They had 33 one-on-one consultations. They supported 10 businesses to sustain, 7 businesses to expand, and 5 businesses to be purchased in that 3-month period. So the services are very, very valuable. There is no shortage to knocks on their door. And what's really interesting, most business enterprise centers, you have the option to be in person or virtual. In Grey County, 70% of our clients choose to come in person. So they will drive across the county to come to Sydenham to sit down and have that consultation with the enterprise center. And I think that's really important. It's just, it bodes well to the relationships they've built in this region and the impact that they're having. They also did an intensive series, and between 8 workshops had 173 participants come through those 8 workshops. And those were intensives taking care of the person behind the business and the things that we hear as the greatest barriers and the greatest threats to businesses today. With Sydenham campus, we also celebrated our doors. So if you haven't been to Sydenham lately, we have new exterior doors. They actually lock and close, which is amazing. They look excellent. And it's really brought a whole new look and feel to the hallways because we went full floor to ceiling glass. So it just opened the space up and brought a lot of natural light. So anytime you wish to celebrate those doors at Sydenham, please go ahead because every time we walk down the hall, we get excited. I'll talk in just a second about our regional marketing and summer students. But Grey Roots, we have had a banner year at Grey Roots. We knew dinosaurs was going to be big, but I think what gets all of our staff most excited is that when we see visitors coming in, whether they're residents or they're coming to the area, they're lured in by dinosaurs or whatever our traveling exhibit is. But when they leave, they tell us their favorite parts are our Grey County Gallery and Morrison Heritage Village. So it's the things that we do every day, year round. That's what they love the most. And that I think is really important to recognize the good work that staff have done, the fact that they are delivering what people are looking for, and we're helping tell the story of Grey County. So that's just a note that we wanted to make. And as I mentioned, with our lean projects, we've done a couple of really cool interactive experiences this year. So the first, the Bob McDowell Memorial Railway is up and running. So you can now come and get railroad rides. It's not an everyday thing, it's a special occurrence, but this is something that we now offer at Grey Roots, which has been phenomenal. We had 250 riders in the first event, another 100 in the following, and I think the last one was about 175. So when you see photos of it, it holds 2 little cars, basically an adult and 2 kids. So you can imagine how many rides is going around to get that many people on that train. But the Village Lean Assessment really demonstrated what we can do when we look at things differently. So we took the opportunity in 2024 to look at where the village operations were, what we could do with the volunteers and the staffing that we had, and really rethink what it was going to look like. And it was all new this year. So we now have guided village tours. We have historic demonstrations every day. We were still open 7 days a week, still the same hours. And then we reduced our volunteer shifts from 2 to 1. So that way we weren't trying to constantly look and not be able to open buildings. So it was a better experience for volunteers, a better experience for our students, and a better experience for our visitors, because everybody got to find something that they were passionate about and get involved in. And the numbers speak for themselves. So in the first 4 weeks of Morriston, and we'll have better numbers by the end of the summer, we had 85 demonstrations and 2,407 people came to participate in those. 51% of those observers actually got hands-on engaged with the demonstrations that were happening. Our students offered 42 personalized tours, and they hosted 197 participants in those first 4 weeks, including 1 tour fully in French. With the volunteer shifts, our buildings were filled, and all buildings have been open daily 92% of the time. So these are numbers we just haven't seen in Heritage Village, and I think it speaks a lot to everybody coming together to find a new way forward, which was phenomenal. And we're going to continue that next year. So they started debriefing yesterday, and the volunteer meeting's coming up next month. Last but certainly not least, we talked about roundtable sector trends and challenges. So downtowns was a key component of that conversation, tying back to our Owen Sound Gather video. But we also talked about the mentality of we, and the fact that in Grey County, we really are a we can. We do things together. It's not we're not competing with one another. We really are coming to the table as a collective and saying we can do things beyond what we think we can do. So that was a real conversation that we're proud of, something that we want to maintain and continue, but it was a great way to end the PDAC meeting. So any questions, please let me know.
Great, thank you. So we'll put it out there if there are any members that have any questions for Director Myers or comments. Indeed, there is a lot of energy in the room when everyone comes together like that and they're able to share what's going on across our county. Thank you. Well, with that then, seeing no further questions on this matter, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to go to the Agricultural Advisory Committee meeting minutes of September 3rd, and Director Taylor is going to speak to that. Now, I just want to caution everyone, lunch is not until noon, so he is not speaking just before lunch. We will have a little bit more business after that. Oh, and let me just get the motion on the floor for you, Director Taylor. So it's recommended that the Agricultural Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated September 3rd, 2025 be adopted as presented, and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Number 1, that report PDR AAC 5625 is received. And number 2, that staff consider any further feedback received from the Agricultural Advisory Committee with respect to the county's nuisance beaver and coyote / wolf bylaw reviews. And I know that Director Taylor will be speaking to that, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Dobreen, seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Taylor.
Great. Thanks, Madam Warden and members of council. There was a lot of excitement at the Agricultural Advisory Committee meeting too. I'll probably just present it in a slightly more monotone tone than Savannah did, but I'll do my best here to bring the excitement from the room. The first matter on the agenda was a report by Sarah Johnson, the county's Trails and Forestry Coordinator, with respect to, as the warden mentioned, the updates on the review of the beaver and coyote wolf bylaws. So as council may recall, we did have an open house at Agricultural Services in late April on this topic. And we also had a public meeting in these council chambers and in a hybrid fashion in early May with respect to the bylaws. A number of members of county council were able to attend that public meeting, and we just wanted to provide a further update to both council and the Agricultural Advisory Committee with respect to the feedback we heard not only at that meeting but also in written form after the fact. I think if you attended the public meeting, a lot of the comments were relatively one-sided. We heard a lot of really good comments from people in the trapping community and people in the farm community. We heard comments about streamlining some of the processes under the bylaw under the bylaws plural, whether the beaver or the coyote, to make claims. We heard comments about licensed trappers and their ability to control populations in a humane way, which reduces the potential for starvation or disease. We heard topics about the population of both coyotes and beavers across the county, and anecdotally, those numbers remain at very high levels. Certainly from the farm community, we heard that landowners need to be able to protect their property and livestock. And to a lesser extent, we also heard that with respect to flooding impacts related to beaver dams. We did hear about the impact on both infrastructure from flooding and farmlands. We heard about the financial and mental health toll it takes on farmers when there is a livestock attack or kill in that regard, and that's not to be underestimated. In the public meeting, there was some very from the heart comments that came on that mental health impact, which was really interesting. We heard about the need for refinements to the programs, and particularly on the coyote and wolf side, when there's been a kill and there's no remains of the livestock, and the ability to still potentially present a claim if there's no remains to be verified. And then we also heard some comments with respect to considerations for municipalities to update their own municipal bylaws regarding guardian dogs and hunting animals. And so then after the public meeting, we still had a significant comment period where people could submit comments in writing, and Sarah also received some phone calls on this. And there were some counterpoints to some of the comments we heard at the public meetings. In fact, from some people, we heard that when there are strains on a population, so strains with respect to either beavers or coyotes, it can in fact lead to higher birth rates and therefore having a counter effect or the opposite effect on controlling the populations. We heard the comments about the county should further explore non-lethal control methods with respect to fencing in the case of coyotes, beaver baffles with respect to protecting infrastructure in that regard, and also guardian animals. We heard comments about the current bylaws being barbaric in nature, particularly with respect to removing the ears and tails with respect to needing to make a claim. And then we also heard comments about the term nuisance animals is a very subjective term and maybe not one appreciated by some. The one thing we heard from folks on both sides of the debate, if you will, is the need for more education. So perhaps there's the need for more education on non-lethal control methods. And in the farm sector, we also heard the comments about the need for more education on here's why we are hiring trappers to control these, and here's the impacts on farmers' livelihoods and operations in that regard. As part of this work, the county also reached out to Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry staff who didn't have significant comments on the matter other than noting that the county shouldn't restrict landowners from protecting their properties. And we made this clear on September the 3rd with the Agricultural Advisory Committee. And I just want to put a fine point on it here that regardless of what happens with council's future considerations with respect to the bylaws, either to refine them and pass new bylaws or to perhaps discontinue the bylaws, there's nothing in the staff recommendations at this stage that would impact landowners, whether they be farmers or non-farmers, ability to lawfully protect their properties with respect to trapping animals in that regard. One of the other comments we heard after the public meeting was actually a request for further consultation from the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So we've had an initial meeting with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation Environment Office staff in this regard, but this is something we'd like to explore further with their team. And so as part of the report that went to Agricultural Advisory Committee, we also opened up the floor and we're eager to hear more comments from the committee. Many of the members of that committee have significant lived experience with respect to coyotes and beavers in that regard. So we're really happy to hear the comments that were shared. With respect to some of the comments that were shared by the committee, there was definitely echoed calls for more education in that regard. And that's something, again, regardless of what happens with these bylaws, I think county staff would be interested in exploring further and looking to collaborate with farmers and trappers and others on in that regard. We heard reiterated calls that the compensation to trappers hasn't been increased over the years, and therefore it's not reflecting the cost of doing business for them in that regard with respect to the equipment or with respect to mileage and various other things. We heard from farmers that in many cases, trapping is an absolutely last resort. Farmers have invested a significant amount of resources in securing their properties, whether they be fences, and there was talk of some of the fencing that's used around some of our orchard properties, but there's also talk about very costly electric fencing in that regard with respect to keeping their livestock safe in that regard. And so trapping is sort of a last resort. We heard comments about the fact that the proliferation of some of these animals might be as a result of significant loss of natural habitat across the county, as we do see more development across the county and as we do see additional lands cleared for farming or resource use in that regard. We heard comments from committee members noting that even guardian dogs can be hit or miss, and different farmers have had success or not with respect to using guardian dogs as a means by which to protect livestock. We heard that the number of nuisance animals does not appear to be waning, even though these bylaws and bounties, if you will, have been in effect for quite some time. We also had some questions about the ability to remove dams to prevent flooding and whether or not there was any restrictions from either the Department of Fisheries and Oceans or conservation authorities as it pertained to working in waterways in that regard. And then finally, we heard comments with respect to the fact that coyotes don't just impact livestock. There have been known pet attacks and kills in that regard. And thankfully, we haven't seen as much human interaction in that regard, but there was the warning that we need to be cautious there. So with respect to next steps on this project, staff noted that based on the comments we've heard, we need to do some further research. We need to do some further consideration here. As I noted, we'll sit down further with a number of parties, including the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and really try to come up with a balanced recommendation that can be brought to council at a later date with respect to these bylaws. At this stage, I don't have a date for you for when that could be brought back. And then the next main item on the agenda was what many people would consider their favorite part of the Agricultural Advisory Committee agendas, and that's the roundtable discussion. And there's always good comments shared and insights from our diverse spectrum of participants in that regard. There were some initial comments made with respect to the impact of weather on farmers and farming this most recent growing season. Some noted that it had been near drought-like conditions and it was very impactful. Others noted where they were in the county or just across the line in Bruce County, they weren't hit as hard. But one of the takeaways there from staff was that where there are administrative processes needed, approvals at either the county or municipal level, there needs to be some expediency there with respect to enabling farmers to be able to react quickly and do what's best for their crops and livestock in that regard. There was a bit of a celebration with respect to the recent tax reduction on craft cider makers, and it was noted that Craft Cider Week is coming up very soon. Town of Blue Mountains and the municipality of Meaford shared that their collaborative open fields event is coming back on September 27th. We did have some questions from the committee on rural severance policies, rural property standards bylaws, and whether or not the county had any drone policies in place. And then similar to our news and celebration section from this morning at County Council, we also heard that we're in the thick of fall fair season. So there was lots of good comments about fall fairs and noting that it's a great way to get out and connect with agriculture and to celebrate agriculture in that regard. And then finally, Chair Smith invited the committee to suggest any additional topics they'd like to hear more about for the coming December 10th Agricultural Advisory Committee meeting. So that's my summary, but certainly happy to take any questions if there are any, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I think you gave us some good details there. Thank you very much, Director Taylor. I'll ask the question then. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. That allows us to move on to item 7C. It's recommended that the 2026 response time performance plan as outlined in the report PSR CW 0525 be approved and submitted to the Ministry of Health. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor McKay and seconded by Councillor Pringle. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director McNabb.
Morning, Warden and County Council. Just bring up the presentation. Okay, we're in business. Good morning, Warden County Council. Today here to talk to you about the 2026 response time plan. So the 2026 response time performance plan is outlined in the report PSR CW 0525 be approved and submitted to the Ministry of Health. Each year we develop a plan and it's for the upcoming year, and we are to submit that to the ministry prior to the end of October. That plan is measured the following year, and we report those numbers to the Ministry of Health by the end of March of the following year. The plan itself was developed back in 2012 based upon what we were meeting at that time for response time targets. Since that time, I believe around 2016, we did improve upon those targets. CTAS 1 was 8 minutes at 50%. We've actually made that to 60% at that time. And our CTAS 3 to 5 was at 30 minutes, and we reduced that to 20 minutes. And those targets have been in place. The plan itself revolves around CTAS levels, conditions of the patient. There's 5 of them for calls that are dispatched code 4. So the targets, the first one being how quickly we get a defibrillator to the side of a patient or a cardiac arrest within 6 minutes. Our CTAS 1 calls, which are like your unconscious patients, what we call obvious immediate threats, within 8 minutes for CTAS 1s. These two categories for the whole county for the year of 2024 was just over 200 calls. So not a very large amount of calls in that area. The CTAS 2, 3, 4, and 5 criteria. This is something that the county can set the target and the time. And so we actually set the target at 15 minutes, 90% of the time for CTAS 2, and then CTAS 3, 4, and 5, which are your less severe emergency calls. That's 20 minutes, 90% of the time. We use the 90% marker because it really does give the indicator of what the normative expectation of a paramedic service would be if you call 9 times out of 10. When we say that we're there within 15 minutes and 35 seconds, we can truly say that that's the way it happens. So this is the results, and we presented this back in last March when we submitted to the ministry. So we met all the targets at that time. And then you can see from the 5-year average that we've been pretty consistent throughout that time. The last couple of years, we've met all the targets, which is good. We have struggled in the past with our CTAS 2 within 15 minutes. But the last couple of years, we've been able to meet all those targets. Another way of looking at calls, other than through CTAS, is by your 90th percentile for all code 4s brought together. And this is something we keep a close eye on. We try to keep this, well, obviously we try to go as quickly as we can, but this has been a guiding post for us is around 15 minutes. You can see till June 30th this year, we're similar to last year at 15:35. Traditionally, this will get better through the year, unless December's really snowy, but generally better weather, we'll be able to improve upon that time going forward. But 2024 was 15:26 for the whole year. The average response time, we do monitor this. Again, these aren't requirements, but stuff we watch. And it doesn't really give the public a really good indicator because you could have 20-minute response time and lots of 2-minute response times. But it does give you a feel, you know, is your response times going up per call or are they going down? And you can see within 4 seconds they're holding. So these are the recommended response times, no changes for next year, as long as council approves. Just as far as call volume, we continue to see call volume going up yearly. Last year was a 4.23% increase. And this year, when we looked at the call volume, it's up over 8%. When you look at the last 5 years, I believe in the spring, it was 5.9% per year, just under 30% in the last 5 years. And if you look at the ORH modeling that they did, they predicted it to be 5.8. So been pretty accurate so far. Again, what you have mixed in there, you have years that are high and years that are low, but you can't just look at 1 year at a time. You probably have to look at a 3 to 5 window. The idea being, though, is that with that ORH plan, that we continue to meet these response time targets and plan for the increased call volume yearly. This year has been a big year for us. We migrated from an electronic medical record that we've been with for 15 years to a new platform. We went from a product called ESO, which at one time was called InterDev, and to a new software provider called Prehos, both well-renowned service providers in this space. But just with the transition in April until now, we still are having some complications with bringing the data together to report on those response times. And also with the new provider, bringing in location of calls to be able to get in the outside responding municipalities into the county. Because not only are we measured by our response time within the county, it's all calls within the county. So if Wellington or Bruce comes in, those have to be included. Now we're very close on that data. Like I would say, it won't be long before we get it resolved, but we just couldn't get it done in time for the report. There's nothing in regards to reporting to the ministry that we have to have it, but it's just something we'd like to provide, like a mid-year number. I usually build it to give you that to June 30th, but this year just wasn't able to get it done. There will be some changes coming up in paramedic services around dispatching of calls and also response time standards. But just ahead of that, one thing that we're going to ask for consideration of in the 2026 budget is the ability to go back to do more or less a update to the comprehensive deployment review. The data that we looked at originally through ORH was till May of 2022. They went back 5 years, and because of COVID, they even went back another 5 years just to make sure there wasn't anything incorrect in the data. But since that time, if May of next year, we'll have 4 years of data and also 4 years of growth data. And also we'll be able to measure those 3 12-hour cars that have been added since the start. With the upcoming 2 more cars coming in 2027 and then another car down the road, we'd like to be able to look at it and see if we're on the right trajectory and see if the original recommendations still do we need more or less resources to be able to meet those demands as we go forward. The other thing, and I'll talk about it here soon, is what we would do with this with ORH. There is a most likely a change come to the response time standards, and we would work that in there as well to make sure we're on the right path. So a couple new things happening in paramedic services. They're fairly large. One is it's called Medical Priority Dispatch System, MPDS. This system is world renowned, accredited, evidence-based triage tool that they use at dispatch, and it breaks it down into 5 criteria for emergency calls instead of right now 2. This is something that's moving across the province to all dispatch centers. Simcoe went within the last year. Cambridge CAC, which services Wellington, Waterloo, Dufferin, they're actually going right now. Mississauga has moved over, Ottawa. Niagara and Toronto have always been on it. And London will go next October. So this new program will help better triage calls. I look forward to it. It really looks after the high priority emergency calls really well. For instance, if you had a cardiac arrest for first the first call came in, somebody short of breath, they were vomiting, and then a cardiac arrest came in. Today, they're both a code 4 call. The thing is they can't identify an obvious immediate threat like a cardiac arrest, so they couldn't redirect that first ambulance. So what would happen is the first ambulance going to the shorter breath, which would be a lesser priority but still a code 4, would have to carry on in the system we're in today. In the MPDS system, what happens is they're able to delineate these higher priority calls and say cardiac arrest can trump that other one. So one, they put it to colors. Purple is your highest. They would actually make that a purple, and the other one would be a red, so it would supersede it. So look forward to that type of delineation of calls. And then there's also the ability on the lower end to better triage calls or alternate pathways. As the system grows, what is alternate pathways? Instead of maybe taking people to the hospital, maybe there's other avenues through community paramedicine or other community resources as far as transport. Now we're in the early days of that, but that's kind of where the system would go. With that also, because of the change in MPDS, the province is moving forward with a new response time standard that'll most likely be released next year. I don't have the time frame yet. I was actually fortunate to be on the committee as they were developing those, but we haven't seen it officially yet. But we just from our association and a meeting just at our zone this past week, they still say it'll be happening next year. It'll go away from the CTAS response time standards. It'll go back more to the dispatch priority. So your code 4, red, purple, reported up to the ministry. So with that ORH, if that's the case at that time, we'll have the right information. We'll be able to use that direction to ensure we are on the right path. The thing is, when we work with ORH, we really did focus on the 8, 10, and 15-minute responses, like 8 minutes for urban and 15 minutes for rural. So I believe we are on a solid path for response times. Good questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll put it out for any questions for Director McNabb or comments. Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. It's always really interesting to see those numbers. I think in the past I've asked a question similar. It appears at least like we've got the really low hanging fruit and we're working our way up the tree, so to speak, in terms of how do we get those times down? How do we get those response rates up? And it sounds like the new system that you're talking about that will happen in next October in London. Was it next October or this? Next October. But is it still geography that is really hanging those numbers where they are or making them steady where they are? Or is there something else that we can do to try to, short of putting more cars on the road, of course, is there something else we can be doing or looking at to reduce those response times?
I would say the approach that we took is probably about the best approach we could take. In rural Ontario, 4,500 square kilometers, distance is an issue, but it also is volume. Like each year, our volume goes up and we do have concentrated centers. So if you look at the new response time standard, they'll actually have standards for urban and rural and remote. We will have a couple, by the looks of it, urban, Hanover and Owen Sound, and the rest will be rural. But barring all those numbers, I think it's a balance. If you live out in the country and it takes you 15 minutes to get milk, you probably understand that it takes you 15 minutes to get an ambulance or close to it. But we can't have it 25 or 30 because we don't have enough cars. And try to position ambulances as best we can to make up that area. So if you look at the work that ORH did, we know Hanover and Owen Sound are our most concentrated municipalities. They were the first ones to get an increased car. And then, Ayton will be built. It'll still protect that area. We try to push it out into the more rural areas. But then the next car is in Feversham. there's not a ton of calls out there, but it's a huge area. So what we're trying to do is balance out the difference between, your most bang for your buck is to put them all in your most urban spot. But the thing is, you got to balance that out to have a fair response time for the rural area too. So it's trying to, I guess the ORH called it the morality of response times. That's what we try to do.
Just real quickly, I do want to say that I appreciate all the work that Kevin and his team do. They do a tremendous job for the county. And I in no means meant any criticism. I do appreciate all the good work that you do and your team for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look around and we'll go to Councillor Eccles next.
Thank you. I guess just in the numbers, the one that stands out is in that first category, the sudden cardiac arrest. No responses in Chatsworth and Southgate. But the other two that kind of jump out is that Blue Mountains, Georgian Bluffs and Grey Highlands are at 0. Does that mean that we didn't meet that on any of that? That's 0%. And I guess further to, is it geography? Is it just bad roads and we can't get there in those municipalities? Or, how is it that, 90% in the urban areas, but in our other, West Grey, we're at 40%, give or take. We got there. But in those three, it's 0. And just that stands out, just doesn't seem to make sense. Why we couldn't have done it at least once anyways to get 10%, but it's a 0.
So this would be majority would be geography. If you look at a 6-minute response time, the response time is the time from the pager goes off till we arrive scene. So if you add in 1 minute to 2 minutes of shoot time to get in the truck, find out where you're going, your drive time is 4.5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. If you find out where you're going within a minute and get going. If you look at West Grey, the vast area of it, if the ambulance is in Durham, the ambulance has to most likely respond to a cardiac arrest in Durham. And these are sudden cardiac arrests. These aren't obvious deaths or traumatic deaths. These are people that could have been viable that haven't, so the numbers are lower. I believe for 2024, it was 66 calls across the county. Not a lot of calls. But if you look at the numbers in Hanover and Owen Sound, like you'll see those percentages higher because they are isolated to a large center. Like so everything seems like escalated, but if you look at the size of Grey Highlands or Southgate or West Grey, like unless those are happening like in the town of Dundalk or in the town of Durham, those calls, the likelihood. We did a presentation probably, well, it was when I was in this role, so probably 6 years ago. We actually mapped out around a town of what realistically from a base we could meet that target in, and it was a good way to tell the story of like it really is a distance issue. And I know those numbers are low, they don't look great, but like that 6 minutes in rural Ontario is hard to meet.
If I could, but in the town of the Blue, there's a fairly large concentration and we have a car right there. But it's still at 0. I guess, we built that there to have that response. It just shows up as something being weird. Did all the heart attacks happen in Urbana? That far away from, it just, I get it. Yeah, Durham, Hanover, in those urban areas. That's a vast number of people. That's where it's going to be. But we invested in the Blue Mountains to have that there. And it still shows up as 0 in that sudden cardiac. Strange.
In Blue Mountains, it's set right at the village, and that is a fairly concentrated spot. And if you look at even the ORH people, healthier in that area and stuff like that. I'm not saying that's the case here, but Blue Mountains is a large spot. Like we're definitely not making that response time in Thornbury. Like, it's not, it won't happen. Like when we get the Thornbury car there, anything that happens there, we would make it in that area. So like if it's not happening right in that core, sudden cardiac arrest, we won't make it. And it depends on the year. Some years are better than others. This is a year that they didn't need it. And typically it's where the call took place. And like if it's within that range, we will get there. Just if it's outside the range, we won't. Or the worst case scenario, back to the dispatch tool. If we're on another call, we're assigned to that call, and the cardiac arrest comes in right after it, then we are on that call that may not be, we call them obvious immediate threats, choking, cardiac arrest, unconscious. Now we'll be able to respond off of those other calls, even though they potentially could be life threatening. We already know there is a real life threat, and they'll be able to take us off and assign it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Gregg next.
Thank you for the opportunity. And I would just note, we actually don't see the exact number of calls that came in. So, I mean, if there was only one call and you don't make it once, then I'll give you a 0%. There is, in the charts, it does look like, despite the fact that your call volume is certainly increasing, that you have the capacity to try to respond to the new dispatch ranking or prioritization, which is good to see. You're hitting 100% in a lot of the CTAS 4 and 5 in most of the communities. So that's great to see. And hopefully this dispatch initiative is rewarding. I do have one question. This is something from personal experience, Kevin. In the last year, I made a call for paramedic assistance to an individual who needed such. And I was asked by dispatch, what are your needs? And my response was, I just need an ambulance. They were arrived incredibly promptly. And then 30 seconds, a minute later, along comes the city fire truck. And I didn't ask for the city fire truck. It's not an egregious cost to the taxpayer because it is a full-time department to respond, but it is still a soft cost. And if that was a rural municipality dealing with volunteer call-ins or so forth, it would be a more significant response when it wasn't asked for. This new dispatch system, does it respond or listen to that type of experience from individuals where resources are valuable, and at times we don't want to utilize resources that are expensive if they're not necessary? So I'm just wondering, the changes in the dispatch, does it respond to that type of an instance too?
When a public member calls in, we hear this, and public will say, I didn't ask for the fire department, I didn't ask for the police, but that is those decisions are made by very scripted processes. It's a computer-aided dispatch system. What question you answer next, what resources to send, and then based upon where that call is categorized, there's different categories that trigger a tiered response. So there's no way to override it. So even if somebody says, well, I don't need this, even if I call in and say I don't need it, like I'd be pretty, like myself, like if I was in my supervisor vehicle and I was working, but even myself as a public member, it won't happen. Does MPDS, I have not drove into the tiered response, but I know there's a lot of work to do in MPDS around tiered response. So what that looks like, if there's going to be more choices for them to go to and not go to, that's something. We do leave tiered response, what call criteria they go to, up to the fire departments themselves. That really is a fire, that's their choice, guided by their councils. But I think we have settled on a pretty good response for especially our part-time fire departments as well. I think there's a bit of a difference, is that they're mostly just going to what we call the obvious immediate threats. So unconscious, cardiac arrest, respiratory arrest, car accidents, industrial accidents. One sound goes to a bit more, full-time fire department. But again, a lot of that is up to the fire department themselves. But I would say, and we're also doing a lot of work to align tiered response agreements to prevent errors. So that we, kind of That's your response in West Grey would be similar to what Hanover is. And again, back to, there's no sense rolling a fire department to a chest pain call. They're taking people out of work. The ambulance can handle it quite well. If there are issues of as far as extrication, we can make that call when we get there. But for a cardiac arrest, you don't want to have to wait till you get there to call, because by the time somebody you're transporting, you may or may not be gone by the time you get there.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go over to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just following up with Councillor Craig's comments about resources. I'd heard just recently of the last Labor Day weekend of an individual that passed on a long weekend. The family tried desperately to reach the coroner or whoever pronounces people deceased. Couldn't get any calls, ended up calling 911. OPP, fire and ambulance showed up. It was pretty evident the person had passed, but it couldn't. So again, the point is all showed up, but is that a normal? I know it's a long weekend and maybe people weren't being able to be reached, but it just seemed very excessive for somebody that already definitely passed to the point where they were long past. I don't want to get into any details because but it was just, I was shared that experience.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, the common sense to that, but on the other side of it is those decisions made by like untrained providers, potentially that person someday could be liable. We even see it sometimes with car accidents. They say, well, fire's not needed. Then if they're not called, we get there and it takes us 15 minutes to drive there, then they're trapped. We can't get them out. So now we're waiting another 15 minutes. Now we're 30 minutes. It's those things about no system is perfect. When there's a potential for life, that's where we, sometimes resources roll and we don't need them. We try to cancel them as quick as we can. But in those settings where potential to save a life, then that's where we send resources and cancel them off. Don't need them.
Appreciate all the questions and comments from councillors and Kevin's response has been spot on in terms of some of the challenges that our paramedics teams face each and every day in terms of the distance that they have to cover and some of the challenges. And Nana and I were fortunate enough to do a ride along with Kevin and some of his team members, and just to see some of the dynamics that they have to interact with on a regular basis. Whether it's some patients are doing some tied up with cars out and doing transfers to hospitals well outside of our region, and how then they shift resources in order to make sure that there's enough resources on hand and ready to respond as quick as they can. It was really eye-opening experience, and just want to thank Kevin and his team for all that they do each and every day. With respect to that, I think that's where through the deployment review and through some of the improvements that are proposed as part of that, in order to respond to the increased response that we continue to see each and every year continue to grow based on our population growth and based on our demographics within Grey County. I think it's important to continue on with those. As Kevin noted, we're going to ask for just to revisit that, just do a gut check in 2026, make sure we're still on the right path based on what we're seeing from a response activity plus a growth perspective. But the importance of adding some of those additional bases, those additional vehicles, staff enhancements, I think is critical in order to continue to make sure that we're able to respond as quickly as we can. So again, thanks Kevin and his team for all that they do each and every day, and yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So that does look like that's the end, and I'll just verify online. We don't have any hands up. Okay. All right. So thank you both, Director McNabb, and thank you for to the CAO for what you've just added there. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, now, logistically, the next presentation may take a bit. We also have some staff logistics to make sure that they're able to present in time. However, lunch has arrived 5 minutes ago and it is a hot lunch. So we are going to need to call lunch at this point, but if we can keep ourselves to be back in our seats by 1:45, that would make sure that staff have adequate time to be able to present the material for the next item. Okay, so we'll do that until 12:45, please. Thank you. Okay, if I can welcome all of our county council members back to their seats, and the clerk is just coming up to the dais, and we will get started shortly. Okay, welcome back, County Council. We are going to continue now, and I thank Senior Planner Hillier and Engineering Manager Ireton for their patience while we needed to break, but you have our fresh full attention at this point in time. So I would like to put it out that we are at item 7D, and the recommendation is that report PDR CW 5125 be received, and that the committee supports a request from the Ministry of Transportation to prohibit a future fourth leg extension on lands east of Gray Road 5 at the newly proposed intersection of Gray Road 5 and the New City Street accessing the future site of the Bruce Gray Catholic District School Board Secondary School, and that Gray County maintains the requirement of a 90 km/h design speed for Gray Road 5 in the area of the proposed intersection. So there will be a detailed presentation to follow, but if I can get a mover and a seconder to get that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Dickert, seconded by the Deputy Warden. So it's now on the floor for discussion, and welcome, Ms. Hillier.
Thank you so much, Warden Matrasov, and good afternoon, County Council, and to everyone joining us in person or online today. So yeah, Trevor and I will be tag teaming this one. So I'm going to start us out and then hand it over to Trevor shortly here. But before we begin, as the recommendation in front of you notes, there's two separate items that are discussed within the report and that we're going to speak to today. So the first one being a request for a resolution that we've received from MTO that I'm going to speak to, and the second being that our transportation services is looking for some input from council with regards to the proposed road design for Gray Road 5 as a result of the new school site there. So just as a bit of background, so the county and the City of Owen Sound and MTO have been working alongside the Bruce Gray Catholic District School Board for probably about close to the past 2 years now, in helping them to identify and prepare a site for a new secondary school in Owen Sound. So that we're all on the same page in terms of the location of this site, we've got a map up there. So this is the far eastern boundary of the City of Owen Sound. So as we can see, it has frontage on 28th Avenue East, which is also Gray Road 5. And it's just north of 8th Street East and south of Highway 21. So if you can imagine where that Van Dolder's business is at the intersection of Highway 21 and 28th Avenue East, the site is just south of there. It's also also has a western boundary on the county's rail trail. And so over the past couple of years, as I said, the county has been collaborating with the city school board and MTO on this project. The City of Owen Sound has recently approved a consent application to establish the parcel that the school would be situated on. They've also recently approved a zoning bylaw amendment to establish the school use. The city is currently in the works of working towards a site plan agreement with the school board. And in terms of timelines for construction, the school board would ideally like to start some site grading works this fall season with construction to commence during spring 2026. So in order to facilitate the construction of the school, this being a new, what we call greenfields development area of the city, some new local road infrastructure is required in this area. And so again, based on sort of a lot of back and forth we've had with the city, it was determined that the best location for this new potential local road would be just north of kind of that site that we're seeing there. So I'll give you a closer look of what that looks like in a second here. So some of the conversation that we've had along the situating of this new road is that it doesn't conform to the county's separation distance requirements between new intersections or between intersections. And similarly with MTO, it doesn't conform to their intersection separation distance requirements. And so as a result of this, MTO has suggested that they could support the development of this road. But in doing so, they would request that Grey County pass a resolution such that a fourth leg extension would not be added to that intersection in the future. So again, I'll explain a little bit more in detail what that looks like in principle. So as part of this work, a transportation impact study has been prepared by the school board. And as Trevor will speak to, Grey County Transportation Services is recommending a road design speed of 90 kilometers per hour here, which is different than the direction that's been put forward by the TIS at this stage. So again, just to give us a sense of kind of what that approved school site looks like, there might be some slight variation as the school and the city move towards a site plan agreement process, but this was sort of the diagram that was put forward for the purposes of the zoning application. And so you can see the school there kind of to the right of the screen, that would be situated closer to Grey Road 5 or 28th Avenue East. That future local road B is just north of the school building there. And so it would be that intersection of that future local road B and the 28th Avenue East that's in question here. So this is a diagram that was provided within the transportation impact study. So that yellow arrow there, that is just to situate us where this new intersection would be located. And so essentially what MTO has suggested is that the lands to the east there across the road from the school, they are recommending that no future access be permitted onto that property. And again, that the county pass a resolution to that effect. So we have had some back and forth discussions with MTO on this matter. And there are some important planning considerations to recognize here. So as noted, the school lands themselves fall within the primary settlement area of the city of Owen Sound, but they do abut the settlement area boundary, and across the road is where the line for the municipality of Meaford is. So lands to the east of Grey Road 5 are located within the municipality of Meaford. Those lands are also located within the Niagara Escarpment Plan area, which of course doesn't really permit urban development. It's also outside of the defined settlement area boundary. So there are many things that would have to change from a planning policy perspective in order for most forms of development to be viable on the property across the road. Having said that, MTO would still like us to pass this resolution. Again, if there were a development proposal or in 25 years from now, things were to change, we can certainly have that conversation with MTO again. And there's many opportunities through that planning process, through that pre-submission process to have those conversations. We did note to MTO that the county is undertaking quite a thorough process right now of having discussions with lower tier municipalities with regards to the potential transfer of county roads within settlement areas to the lower tier municipalities. So in this case, we anticipate that section of Grey Road 5 would be transferred likely to the city of Owen Sound in future. We did note that, if we were to pass that resolution now, it likely wouldn't be binding on the city. And we did discuss, even if we were to support this resolution at this stage, there is the potential in future to redact that resolution if development did become viable in future, and that's subject to further discussion, of course. So with these things considered, at this stage, the county is really looking to support the city and to support the school board and making this development of the school site feasible within the next year. And so we are recommending to County Council at this stage to support the request from MTO to develop this resolution. And I'll just pass it all over to Trevor at this stage to speak about the road design piece.
Good afternoon, County Council. So yeah, well, thank you, Becky, again, for speaking about the planning side of this development. So what I'm going to speak about is mostly design related, so it can be probably pretty technical, but I'll try to kind of walk through it and make it as easy and straightforward as I can. So we have a hill that basically just south of the intersection with I-26, there's a bit of a crest hill that as you drive over that, the new intersection is going to be in a situation where we don't have sufficient sight distance based on a 100-kilometer design speed. And that's typically what we would use on any of our county roads, and it's sort of an industry practice to be 20 kilometers over your posted speed. What we do look at by going through the data, I'll get to that kind of information here shortly. But by reducing to a 90-kilometer design speed, we can accommodate that sight distance. And that really just makes sure that, if a car comes over top of the crest of that hill and you see someone pulling out of the new school, that there's not going to be a situation where they could drive into the side of them. So I can go here to the next. So we completed some traffic counts here in the spring of 2025. And so based on that traffic count information, it supports what we already recognize in that area. What we notice is that the 85th percentile speed for that road for the southbound direction, which is really the critical one in this situation, is 85 kilometers per hour. So what's good about this is actually lower compared to a lot of our county roads. A lot of our county roads sit around 90 to 92. So 85 does help us in this situation in terms of vehicle speeds in the area. During that roughly two week period, we had about 26,000 vehicles recorded. So out of those 26,000 vehicles, we recognize that 32% of the southbound vehicles were going 80 kilometers per hour or greater. We also saw that 6% were 90 kilometers per hour. And most of those peak speeds happened between the hours of 3 and 6 p.m., which of course is probably a peak period for the school as well, with students leaving in the afternoon. One of the elements, and so on the right here, you can see that we have a histogram for speed. So just to kind of give you an idea of what this chart is showing. Basically for each vehicle, so if a vehicle's driving 80 kilometers per hour, it's going to represent one little tick on the bar, and the higher the bars up, or blue bars, the more vehicles driving at that speed. So what's great about this distribution is it's very symmetrical, which is a great representation for us because it means that the drivers are driving based on the conditions, and the speeds or the speed limit that is posted is being followed relatively well. And basically the peak, you can see where the dashed 80 line is, that's relatively where the average speed of vehicles is. So again, a good distribution for us. What we do notice in situations where there are problems, basically the distribution will change. So you might see a sharper peak on the left side. And then as it comes to the top, you'll see a broader distribution and just more of a tapered outside on the higher speed section. And what that means is that there's a lot of speed disparity. And what speed disparity means is you'll have vehicles maybe going 60 versus vehicles going 80. And then you get wider ranges of that traffic. And for us, that's a concern, because what happens is it causes angry driving, basically more potential for poor decision-making from drivers. So we have had the request from both the school board and the city to look at a 60-kilometer zone here. So we typically, when we do speed limit analysis, we use the Transportation Association of Canada's speed limit guidelines. And what that is basically it's a form that has a number of different elements to it that you fill in different criteria. So a lot of them here are listed, like roadside geometry, various hazards, number of intersections and entrances along the stretch of roadway, also pedestrian and cyclist activity, items like that. So you measure those criteria and then basically the output of the rubric will come up with a suggested posted speed. So in this situation, what we determined was that the roadside conditions generate a 90-kilometer design speed. But based on policy, it recommends an 80-kilometer design speed. And that's largely based on the fact that we don't generally use 90-kilometer roads in Grey County. So a lot of it's driven by that is our kind of general maximum speed. So we've also reviewed a lot of kind of international. There's basically a report that was done in Sweden that looked at, I believe it was just shy of 30,000 kilometers of roadway, where they did either speed reductions or speed increases on those roadway, and then basically recorded what the effect of the change was. So where this comes into play, this was strictly looking at if you just take an 80-kilometer-per-hour road and drop it to 70, and that's the only change you make, what is the impact on drivers for that? And what they found, they had 1,700 kilometers that were reduced. And in that, they found that the average driver speed for every 10 kilometers reduced only dropped by about 2 to 3. Basically, what we found as well, when we do a speed reduction or speed increase in the county, we'll put counters out before and after that change to record those as well, basically create a similar process as this study. And we've found predominantly through most of those studies are basically what we see supports that claim that they found in the study. So I think of some of the ones like in Dundalk where we've dropped from 50 to 40, we'd see the average speed in Dundalk dropped about 3 or 4 kilometers per hour. So again, it kind of follows that same process. So in this case, by dropping to a 60 kilometer per hour, we could potentially see approximately about an 80 kilometer, 85th percentile speed. And what that means with the 85th percentile, it basically means that 15% of the vehicles will now be going over 80. And before, when we mentioned 6% were over 90, we would likely see a reduction on that as well. So what that really does is if we end up designing the road to a 90 kilometers design speed, we'll basically, if conditions stay the same and we remain posted, we're seeing roughly 6% of vehicles that could be in a potential situation where they're going too fast. Which doesn't really fall outside of the realm of really any of our roads. There's typically always that vast set of drivers that are just in that data set and exceed those ranges. Where we would see, so if we did drop to 60 and we did adjust that down, again, that would help us in that sense, but it also puts us more into the situation of creating bigger speed disparity and creating a higher risk in terms of collisions and incidents due to that bigger speed disparity. And there's numerous reports and studies that also support that realm. And the issue there, because the bulk of your traffic is in that range, the risk of any sort of incident is far greater than kind of the low end of the upper speed vehicles when you have a nice standard deviation. So we found that basically, in our opinion, the risk associated with that doesn't outweigh the benefits gained by dropping the speed in this situation. What also tends to happen here, because the conditions of the road aren't really changing, even with the school development being built, it will be offset from the road. From a visual perspective for drivers, there's not a huge amount of cues or anything that's going to change. So again, creating that disparity in vehicle speeds, we may see more, poor decisions around passing or just issues that we don't really want when there could be potential for maybe students standing at the side of the road on their break. So one of the main restrictions with and why we've essentially come to the point where we would go to a 90 or accept a 90 kilometer design speed is largely due to 2 high pressure gas mains that are in the west shoulder of the road. Relocation, if we were to go to 100 kilometer design speed, which would be ideal, the gas pipelines would be at an insignificant depth and we'd require replacement relocation, which would be very considerable costs in conversations with the gas companies. So they're very limiting in that sense. What we can do, they are deep enough, and we've done some borehole, or the school board's done borehole data to support that. They are deep enough that they could still get away with building a road at a 90-kilometer design speed, although there is constraints that they'd have to work around, which are not out of the ordinary with gas mains, but they do come with some costs and some additional timing in order to accommodate it. But again, it's really just not vibrating around the gas mains, no heavy equipment directly on them. Items that many contractors are aware of and deal with on many projects throughout our county and the province itself. So by utilizing a 90-kilometer design speed, we can make sure that we have sufficient stopping site distance for those vehicles, greatly reducing the potential for risks or collisions. In my professional opinion, with the reduction down, if it went to an 80, we'd be putting ourselves in a pretty risky situation, mostly because right now we're seeing about 33%, even with the reduction, we're still seeing 15, and that's if everything kind of happens as it is. So those sort of numbers start to get up there. If you're saying 15% of your vehicles coming over the crest of the hill could be in a potential situation for an accident, it is risky. So that's why we're suggesting the 90-kilometer design speed. We can do those, protect the gas mains without relocation. And then again, as I talked about, usually it's issues with the speed disparity and going to a 60-kilometer posted, it does add additional risk for a different type of collision. Again, with that, as development occurs out there, there's potential for some commercial and residential over time. Once those developments start to occur, you'll see a lot more visual cues for drivers that will help to reduce their speeds naturally. And again, we'll monitor the development and as it progresses to make sure that if speeds are starting to come down, we can make those adjustments a lot easier without creating a large disparity. We would progress with that and reduce the speed at that time. And yeah, so the county staff recommends design speed of 90 kilometers per hour, and that the school board continues to address the hill and the gas mains. And yeah, so I don't know if there's any questions, but here we can take them now.
Okay, so let's see if there are questions for either, and I'll open it up to the county floor, and I just need to see the virtual attendees. We'll begin with Councillor Gregg.
I have one question. Thanks, Trevor and Becky. The exact location of your speed assessment equipment, where was it located? Was it located exactly and specific to the intersection that's in question? Or were you further south? Because the commentary in the report speaks to southerly traffic movements that you are accumulating that speed data from. So I'm just wondering, are you specific to that exact intersection?
Yeah, through you, Warden. Yes, so we placed the counter. I believe there's a hydro pole just north of where the proposed intersection is, and it was basically facing south. So where the detection was actually occurring is within a few meters of where the proposed intersection is.
And when you say facing south, you were getting speed data for vehicles going south or going north with, okay, you're collecting both directions. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Trevor and Becky as well. A school safety zone. Typically, what sort of speed limit would you have in a school safety zone? 60 kilometers, typically?
There really is no defined rules against speed limits within safety zones. So predominantly they occur in areas, because most of the schools are in areas where there's some residential development. So there is lower speed limits naturally. However, there's community safety zone, for instance, on Highway 10 at the Holland Chatsworth School that's in an 80. So there really is no hard fast rule around that. But
So I'm just thinking further down the road, once the school is there and established, the stretch of road to the south is 60 kilometers. Would it not make a lot more sense to make that chunk in front of the school 60 kilometers now and be done with it and make it consistent rather than up and then down and then up again once you get further down on whatever that road number is? And try to avoid the cost cutting that hill down and potential impacts to the gas line.
yeah, so effectively there's two instances here. So posted speed and design speed, although they relate to one another, they are different. The posted speed could be reduced. We do see the potential for the risk of the larger differences in speed. Now, again, as you mentioned, it is 60 to the south, and then Gray Road 5 as it goes to the hospital is also 80. So depending on, and again, the piece to the south is kind of outside of our jurisdiction. So I'm not sure the exact reasoning why it's a 60. That's not for us to decide. So at least from what I understand, it's from the intersection at Superior Street is what I've been told. So again, the piece north of Superior Street, whether that is also a 60 or not, could be potentially debated. But again, yes, you can reduce the speed. We do see there is risk with the bulk of the vehicles that would be traveling. Potentially now you put yourself at risk of having vehicles that follow the hard fast rule of driving 60, and then there's people that still drive 80 or 85. And now they're going to come up on each other quicker. You create just more instance for concern. Now, in terms of design speed, that's a different thing. It's strictly a measure of stopping sight distance. So the concern there is any vehicle that does exceed 80 is going to be a potential for an incident. So even if you reduce to 60 and you still see 25% of your vehicles going above 80 versus maybe 5% above 90, there's a significant difference in that. So from our opinion, it makes more sense to design based on the 90 to avoid that risky situation.
Next, we're going to go to Councillor Body, and then we'll go to Councillor McQueen. Oh, sorry, Councillor Eccles, I believe you're next. So you go next, then I'll go over to Councillor Body and then over to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you. And I guess that was, what's the precedent? I mean, Sullivan School, we've got them. Any place you have a school, and you said the Holland School, there's a couple more out there that they can think of that are right there. Yeah. I don't know why we're debating, because before the school doors open, there's going to be, I don't know how many come in here saying, oh, well, this is now got to be a community safety zone, all of that, because it's a school area. I can take you to one in Kitchener. I happened to be riding in a car when somebody got picked up there. I was riding, I wasn't driving. I get it for the sight lines, building it to the 98 kilometers zone, but I can't support that we're not going to put it at 60, do the construction, because when you're doing the construction, it's going to be reduced, right? So start it up, it's 60. And we won't be back here spending a whole lot of time arguing back and forth, up and down. Build it to the 90th, yeah, to get those sight lines coming up, because there's a set of stoplights at the end there, right? Yeah. I'm just baffled as MTO wanting to kick all of this back on us. Put it at 60 and let it go. Design it, but put it at 60. And this idea of going at 90 in school zone is, that's not very good forward planning there. That was one to the planners, that's where we're looking at this. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go to, did you have a response or? No, okay. So we'll go to Counselor Body and then we'll go over to Counselor McQueen.
I'm picking up the consensus and we'll have a motion to amend in a few minutes when, after the discussion's gone through. A note in Grey Highlands, in front of the Grey Highlands School on Highway 10. It is 50 kilometers. A block down from here, south of 8th Street is 60 kilometers. If the posted speed is going to end up being 60 kilometers, is there any advantage to it being designed to 90 kilometers, and what are the cost consequences likely to be estimated at between designing it for 60 and designing it for 90?
Through you, Warden. In terms of the costs, this would have been quite a while ago, and it was, at that time, we were talking about 100-kilometer design speed. I believe it was in the range of about $500,000 in that, at that time. I'm not sure exactly where it is, just because it's not really our design. It's part of through the consultant there. So I can't speak to what the exact cost was, but I would assume probably just like south side of 500. Yeah. Yeah, so for 60, because it really, the design speed, again, it's a separate issue. The posted speed, whether you go to 60 or 80, you're still going to have a number of vehicles exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. So the concern is really revolves around that. You want to make sure that you're reducing the risk of potential collisions because there's insufficient stop sign distance. So whether it's a 60 or 80, there is a slightly reduced amount of number of vehicles that will come down from that speed. But historically, what we found is it's not going to be significant enough. So if it's posted at 60, we'd still anticipate probably 15 to 20% exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. So the concern is if you go with an 80-kilometer design speed, those vehicles now are at a risk of potential collision. By going to 90-kilometer design speed, that reduces significantly down to potentially anywhere between 2 to 5%, depending whether it's 60 or 80 kilometers per hour.
And that study is based on the way it's situated right now, doing the study approximately where the school is. And that has to change when you put in an intersection and start having big yellow buses going through, correct?
It will change. The issue will be is whether people see those school buses when they make the turn on to Grey Road 5. So coming over that crest, they're not going to see them when they make that turn. They're going to start speeding up, and then also they'll come over the crest of the hill, and then school buses will be there. So they're basically, and I think one of the pictures in the slideshow kind of shows what it looks like right now.
Okay, so did you want that back up, that slide back up? So while you're doing that, we're going to go to Councillor McQueen and then over to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you, Madam Ward. Would agree with Deputy Mayor, or sorry, Deputy Warden with regards to that speed. If you're heading north, before you get to 8th Street, you're doing 60. It doesn't make sense to speed up to 80 and then you're coming to a stoplight. And the other thing, I can see why your numbers weren't as high coming south, because they know further ahead you're lowering the 60. Anyway, I just would say that I would agree with that concept. The 8th Street, I think you said it currently right now it's 80. But obviously, if that area starts to develop, there may be pressure from the city of Owen Sound to reduce that speed in the future. Who knows, right? But as another example, on Grey Road 4 in Maxwell, there's a public school there that when lights are flashing, drop to 40 on a county road. And that's sight lines are straight. But there is a bit of a walking sidewalk that kids can walk in from Maxwell. But that is an example of a county road where there's a school and in flashing lights, it drops to 40. That's 50 right now. So. Oh, and the intersection. I don't understand. Is this going to be an intersection, or is it going to be a huge turn into the property? Are you designing an intersection or are you designing a proper turn into the school? If you're building a road, but it's a road going one way. I have a little trouble supporting a resolution that we're not going to create an intersection to the east because that's not even in the plans. Like, I don't understand from MTO's perspective, other than they just still want to see something develop in the Meaford property, but obviously if it's just a resolution, but I sort of see that's a bit of a stretch, but that's just my comments.
Yeah, through you, Warden. The intersection would be a T intersection, basically, to stop control. Effectively, as development occurs, that might change and it might could either signalized or there's been discussions around about it as well. So all of those could be potential depending on the long-term forecast of that area.
So at between 8 and 9 and probably 3 or 4, it's going to be a busy spot. School buses, people picking up their kids, dropping kids off. You know, somebody that's not familiar with that road, say they're only driving it, and all of a sudden, whoa, I see it 80. It just reinforced the whole part going back to 60, just because of those 2 times that are busy times, maybe even lunchtime. If you're, as Councilor Echo said, it's sort of what has happened in the past as well, and it just sort of makes sense.
Thank you, through you, Warden. And I think that's, as Trevor's indicated, there's 2 distinctions here. One is the design speed and the construction design speed to make sure that the road, and because Trevor indicated the crest of the road is causing sightline issues at that proposed intersection. And as it currently stands, until those other lands around that develop out, driver behavior usually is that needs to be usually some visual cues outside of the posted speed limit to be able to slow down driver behavior. That's based on, again, what Trevor indicated from studies and results that we've seen in the past. So there's a key distinction. And what I'm hearing potentially from the comments so far, and just wanted to clarify, is the direction to continue to, as staff are recommending currently in this report, is to keep the design speed to construct that road at a 90-kilometer-hour design speed. But that I'm hearing that there's interest to maybe lower that posted speed limit to 60 kilometers an hour. And so just seeking clarification on that, if there was an amended motion or a motion to being proposed on that piece. But the part of that too is right now the motion that's before council is to consider the design speed, which staff are recommending is 90 kilometers design speed. Typically, as you may recall, Transportation Services brings back to council suggestions or comments about reductions in design speeds, and there's usually a subsequent bylaw revision to reduce those bylaw speeds. So that could be the direction in terms of considering at the next time we update that. Because again, thinking from a timing perspective, if the direction is to do a 90-kilometer design speed construction, we'd probably want that construction completed before we post at a 60-kilometer design speed. So just making sure from a timing perspective and seeking clarity from council what the direction would be with those factors that I just highlighted.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. I'm going to go to Councillor Dobreen, and I will just look for any final hands because I did hear Councillor Body mention that he was interested in proposing an amendment. So we'll go to Councillor Dobreen and then over to Councillor Mackey, and then we'll see where we are about discussing any amendment.
Thank you, and thank you both. It was a very detailed report. I had to read it a couple of times but thank you. So looking at that map, there are indications where you had study intersections, but they may not necessarily currently exist. And if I'm not mistaken, the report said post-secondary school. So therefore, chances of there being buses are less because many in post-secondary institutions are driving themselves. So maybe you could clarify, am I getting It said post-secondary in the report. So is it a secondary school? Is it a grade school? Thank you. That's my first question, if I may, Warden.
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor DeBreen. My apologies if that was the case within the report. It should have certainly been secondary school, so these would be high school age students. Yeah, so there would be busing involved. Thank you for that clarification.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor DeBreen?
Yes, that was my first question. The second question, then, now that I know that it is a secondary school or a community school, yes, there's going to be buses, there's going to be train lanes, there's going to be increased traffic with people dropping off their children. I would see in the future that there be, you know, a set of lights which serves as a traffic calming measure as well. My concern with, and I totally support building it for the 90, I have difficulties understanding why we set a speed, because people are going to speed. And so I actually do support a lower speed limit, and the people need to adjust their speed accordingly, and future stops or stop lights will help slow that down. But I do understand the need to build it at the 90 because of the lack of indications that there is a school coming up. And those are my comments. I wanted to thank you and thank you for clarifying that it is a secondary school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Trevor. I'm not sure if Randy clarified things for me or made things more complicated, but I know I appreciate the effort. The design speed, the actual speed, I think we're getting caught up in that. What I guess my simple question is, Trevor, you talked about the knoll, and on it actually shows that knoll on page 56 of 79. The design speed of 90 kilometers, will that eliminate that knoll? I know there was some talk about cost savings by reducing, but I mean, in a school zone, I'm not sure we need to make sure the kids are safe for those people that are speeding. So we need that line of sight. So will the 90-kilometer design eliminate that knoll so it's safer? I think is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, basically the knoll, the purpose of the 90-kilometer design speed is strictly to reduce the hill and bring it down. Effectively, the rest of the road is 60, 80, 90, 100. The design speed doesn't matter in the rest of the road. It's really just the hill, the crest of that hill is the only. Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Greg and we'll see what's going to happen after that. Councillor Greg.
Thank you. And I would be able to just confirm the rationale for changing that section to the south to a 60 kilometers an hour was because of the sight lines that existed at the intersection of Superior Street and 28th Avenue. We did that about 7 or 8 years ago at the city. That was the complete rationale for doing so. It's mentioned in the report, the impediment is the vertical curve and it's a design speed for 80. I can't help but think there are other locations in the county. One of them is a few miles southwest of Desborough on Gray Road 3, where many years back, it was placed as a 60-kilometer-an-hour zone. It goes over a leg of the Saugeen River at that location. The rationale at the time was because of a driveway that existed at the northernmost portion of that 60 zone, and the county didn't want to incur the cost of cutting the hill down for appropriate sight lines. So it's a 60 for probably a mile through as you go down that hill. Most people abide by it. Councillor Echols' car might fly through there a little quick. The EV's really motor. But there are instances like that where cost was an issue back in the day, it was several years ago, that was the case, and it remains a 60. I mean, that's open highway. This is a portion of an urban boundary road. I cannot understand why we certainly wouldn't entertain making it a 60. And it already has a design speed of 80 at that vertical impediment. I think behaviors are going to change. I'm kind of with Councillor Delgreen, who's like, why do we continue to construct to facilitate faster vehicle movements in areas where we shouldn't be facilitating it? Yeah, the design, if it was already at 90 or 100 and we move it to 60, that's even safer. But it's a design speed of 80 now. We could post it at 50 in the future when it goes to the city under control. 60, I think, is where it should be. It's just a continuum of, we did nothing more on 28th Avenue between Superior Street and 8th Avenue other than probably 2 signs to make people aware that this was no longer an 80 zone. It's now a 60, and we haven't had any issues. So I struggle with a huge expenditure, whether it's the county taxpayer paying for an upgrade to the road to a higher design speed, or the school board, which would be even worse, the amount of costs that have been dragged out of the school board to be able to move this project forward to get to where we are even now. Those are funds that aren't going into music programs, athletics, other complementary programs of schools. It's just lost in bureaucracy. So I think we certainly should be entertaining 60 at the minimum. And I'm not convinced at the location why a large expenditure does need to occur to make it a higher design speed as well.
Okay, is there a comment?
Yeah, just to speak to that. So one of the elements that does kind of make this different than maybe the one in Desborough being a single entrance sort of, so a couple enter exits a day maybe. Here we have a situation where we have buses, cars, hundreds of vehicles coming in and out of that intersection each day. So again, it's a different level of risk associated with those two. That's really the only part I can speak to, I guess, in terms of your question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll do another comment, and then I'm gonna return to Councillor Body's comment about being interested in an amendment.
So it's where that hill is and where the proposed entrance to the school, the distance there isn't enough coming up over that hill for sightlines. And the concern that traffic turning too fast as they come around the corner and head south. What about going to the other side? Just flip the building around and put the intersection at the south part of the property. Or does that eliminate that house? Is that why they designed it that way? If we were doing this in the rural areas and doing a severance, that entrance would have to meet, right? On a hill. Nope, can't have a severance here because, or move where you want your entrance to get that. Is that a solution? And no construction would be needed. It increases the distance. And just tell the school board, turn your building around. Put your main entrance onto the south side so that you get a lot more, and that settles a bit of climate control because now the entrance and everything's on the north side of the building. And in the winter, that's usually the coldest part of the building. Just a thought.
Okay, the CIO would like to offer a comment, and then I'll look back to the lectern.
And staff may have to correct me if I'm incorrect on this comment in response to Councillor Echo's the question. I believe that was proposed early on in the process. And I don't know the exact reasons or variety of reasons why that was maybe not a desired location, but I know that was discussed early on in terms of a proposed potential solution to try to, again, address some of the the concerns that are being raised by transportation services staff at the moment.
Yeah, just to add to what CAO Scherzer has noted there, I think, yes, we've had significant discussions with city staff on this matter and sort of where those roads should align and locate. And I think one of the crux of the concerns from their perspective was, as you can see again in the photo, that area north of where the orange is, those lands are vacant at this stage and are still to be developed. And so there was the question as well of we would need access to those lands, and ideally we wouldn't have sole access from the highway. So that was certainly part of the larger discussion there as well.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to look back to the reference to an amendment. Councillor Body, was there an amendment that you wish to propose?
Given all the discussion that is around, I'm gonna put it out and we can vote it up, vote it down. We're talking about design here, but I will move amendment of point 3 of the recommendation to reduce the design speed from 90 kilometers an hour to 60 kilometers an hour. I think if I've got it right, I don't see it up on the screen, but.
Okay, we'll just need to switch the screens around for you. Sorry, working on 2 computers here. Just give us a moment. Okay, we're just switching it over to the deputy clerk who is just typing it up so it can be shown on the screen. Okay, so it reads that the motion be amended to amend clause 3 to reflect the design speed of 60 kilometers per hour along Gray Road 5 in front of the new school. Is that the way that you wanted it captured, Councillor Body?
Before I confirm that, I just want to clarify it currently would be at 80 kilometers an hour if left alone. Then I'd like my motion to say the motion be amended to amend clause 3 to reflect a design speed of 80 kilometers an hour. Thank you.
Okay, so it reads as I've just read out with 80 kilometers per hour for design instead of 60. Okay, so that motion has been moved by Councillor Body. Is there a seconder for that amendment? It's seconded by Councillor Gregg. It's now on the floor for discussion. Just this amendment is on the floor for discussion. Councillor Dobreen.
Just to clarify that it says along Gray Road 5 in front of the new school, and the original resolution said in the area of the proposed intersection. And I want to make sure that they're one and the same. Okay, no, and as long as we have the same outcome.
Yes, we are speaking about the same stretch of road. Okay, from start to finish. Okay. Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. And through you to Trevor, this proposed amendment, Trevor, will it pose a safety concern from your department standpoint?
Yeah, in my professional opinion, it would. Effectively, the amount of vehicles that would still exceed 80, I'd be concerned about.
Okay, over to Counselor DeBreen.
Just to follow up on that then, would it be of benefit to also indicate our desire to lower the speed limit to 60? Would that resolve the safety concerns?
And through you, Warden, it would help to mitigate, it wouldn't eliminate them. It would probably reduce them about half, maybe a little more than half, but like based on our numbers, we'd have about 30% exceeding 80 right now. Based on historical trends and data, it could get down to maybe 10 to 15% on kind of like a bare minimum. If we were to post it to that, we would see the 90 probably get pretty close to zero. So posting at a 60 with a 90 design speed, you almost eliminate the risk versus 80, you would still see perceived risk.
Okay, we'll go to Counselor Greg.
And I'd like to add an amendment to that, that staff report back to council on a reducing of the speed limit to 60 kilometers an hour for that zone.
Let's go through first and then do the amendment next.
I want to put it here now because it is associated with the safety concern and the conversation, I think. So that it's acknowledged that it's, you know, part and both at the same time.
Okay, so Counselor Greg, you are proposing an amendment to the amendment. And I appreciate, although the report is all about design speed, we can hear that everybody is making that connection about what the final speed limit might be. So I appreciate that. I do believe that is part of what we are here to discuss. I don't think it's a separate matter. So we'll carry on with these amendments to the main motion. This is an amendment to the amendment, that the primary amendment be amended to request a staff report on a proposed speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour. Is there a seconder for that amendment to the original amendment? Seconded by Counselor DeBreen. Okay, so it is now on the floor for discussion. And it is up there on the screen. So we are now discussing that the primary amendment be amended to request a staff report on a proposed speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour on Gray. I realize it's hard to sometimes discuss one piece without discussing the holistic picture, but we'll have to try to state a process and just focus in on this particular adjustment that has been proposed. And we will go, just before I go to Councillor McQueen, I wasn't sure if that was a stretch, Councillor Eccles, or a hand up. So it was a hand up. So we're going to begin with Councillor Eccles and then over to Councillor McQueen.
So just for clarity, we have an amendment on the floor. And now we have another amendment, but it's not amending the amendment. So
it is. Yeah, it is actually an amendment to the amendment. So it is not an amendment to the main motion. It is an amendment to the amendment. I know it's challenging, but that's what we're looking at. If this particular amendment to the amendment passes, then we will carry on to discuss Councillor Body's amendment with this embodied into it or not, depending on how this goes. Okay, so with that, then we'll go to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Is it possible that we could pull up the picture in the report? And the reason I say that, it does do a perspective on that hill. Is that possible? It's kind of what I have a question.
Okay, so you're requesting the diagram that was in the report?
Oh, sorry. To you, Madam Warden, to Trevor, from that viewpoint of that picture, is that looking, that's looking south. And right now that is looking, and I presume the property, or maybe you can help me
where that intersection would be is at row of trees there from a design speed of 90. So right now, I think it was pointed out that right now that's a design speed of 80 currently. So that wouldn't change. And also the amendment is to have a report about reducing that speed, as you see it posted there, of 80 to 60. My other question, so that's for clarity, my question is that row of trees where that entrance will be? And if that other lands get developed, how does that affect the design and the speed of that road? Because it's more of a sightline issue going south, but is it a sightline issue going north as well? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Warden. So in terms of where the entrance is right there, basically it's not visible in that drawing. It is not past the trees. It's actually this side of the trees. You kind of see almost the greenish, the most green tree in the middle. That's a separate row of trees. And it's kind of out in front of the book there, but it is down below that hill. The other element with this, the photos taken obviously from on top of the vehicle with the cameras. So again, the sight line from the camera is about a meter higher than the actual eyesight that we up to. So two parts to play here. Even in this image, you can't see the entrance, and there is sort of a pseudo field entrance in that location right now. And yeah, when you basically drive on that, you don't really see anything till about probably about where the 80-kilometer designs be, or like the posted speed sign is in that image. Just when you see the approximate driveway. Or for the northbound too, there is no sightline issue from the northbound perspective.
Just to follow up on that. So if that was brought to the design speed that you're talking about, from the, if you were sitting in a car at that spot, 1.5 meters down from where that's taken, you could see the whole road. Or what would you see?
You can effectively potentially see the road in the distance. Probably not, but as you come across there, yeah, it'll slowly open up. You'll be able to see farther away than closer up first. Kind of where that large tree line is about 400 meters from the intersection. And if the intersection was in that location, you would be able to see it, and there'd be sufficient stop time or stopping distance. Yeah, and if it was at that farther distance on the south side as well, like that, you could accommodate with an 80 as well. But where it's being proposed, it would need to be at 90 at that north limit of it.
Okay, so we're still on the amendment to the amendment. We'll go to Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And you've quoted research from Sweden. Is there any research to indicate the effect an improved sightline would have on drivers? And what I'm getting at is, would they speed up to pass a slow-moving vehicle because they had a more favorable sightline?
In terms of sightlines there, well, depending on the driver, really. There would likely be all of the kind of yellow dash lines and that would indicate safe passing zones would be built to the design speed of the location. And typically on most of our roads, we go to a 90-kilometer design speed for our center line measure, or yellow lines, basically. The chance would be coming off the edge or end of the intersection. There's always a risk to someone if, say, might be someone that's been following someone that's going slow on the highway and they're getting overly agitated. They might immediately try to just make a quick pass. The likelihood of someone being able to make a pass before the proposed entrance location is, unless they're very agitated and in a major rush, I don't suspect they'll start a path until they're over that hill and can see. Otherwise, they're making a pass in a spot they can't see over the crest of the hill. Yeah.
Okay, let's see then. Okay, I don't see any further hands up, making sure on the screen, on the virtual screen as well. No further hands up on this amendment to the amendment. So I'm going to call the question now on the amendment to the amendment, which is that the primary amendment be amended to request a staff report on a proposed speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour on Gray Road 5 in this location. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Okay, so we'll take a moment to adjust the original amendment. And then we will continue with that discussion. Okay, so then the amendment to the main motion now reads that the main motion be amended by changing clause 3 to reduce the design speed from 90 kilometers per hour to 80 kilometers per hour in front of the new school, and that a staff report be brought forward to a on a proposed speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour on Gray Road 5 at this location. That is now what we're discussing. Any further discussion on this amendment? We'll go to Councillor Eccles.
So I'm clear by going to leaving it at an 80-kilometer design, which it is at the present moment, been approved. The county would not need to do any work on this road. Minimal. But they put it to a 90-kilometer design. We're going to have to cut, tear, and somewhere around 500,000, you were thinking?
Yeah, through you, Warden. There is construction works that have to occur regardless. There's new lanes, curb, but in terms of actual road construction, there would be no excavation. So effectively, they would take out the excavated, like replace the granular material, the asphalt, and construct the new road, but at the same grade that it currently exists.
And those lanes, turning lanes, whatever you want that are going into the school would be at the developer's cost. Correct? Yeah. So by leaving it at an 80-kilometer design, the budgetary impact is going to be extremely minimal for the county. Yeah.
Okay.
By putting it to a 90, we were probably going to be in for, depending if those gas lines are in the right spot, and the school has tested them, said they're in the right spot, we're probably into this for 500,000.
Someone would be. It wouldn't necessarily be us. Typically, those would be the result, or the development would pay for those sort of charges, unless there was some sort of potential agreement that was done at the side of that, but.
Okay, and just for the record too, I think if you can just make sure you've answered fully to the original question before there was that second question added on, just because you didn't have your mic on at the time, so we just want to make sure everybody heard the response that wouldn't be sitting in the room. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the extra cost, there would be no extra cost to the school board for constructing it above or beyond what they've already constructed.
Okay, so we're going to go to Councillor Greg next.
I would just like to add, it was noted about passing notations or delineation on that. Many in this room were part of a decision to eliminate passing from Rockford to Mennonite Corners on Gray Road 18. So if you really want to be concerned about safety, you can make further decisions that enhance people's safety. And this would be one block where you could consider down the road just removing any delineations on passing options. No different than recent decision that has been made in this room. Thanks.
Okay. All right, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Ireton.
I was just gonna mention, usually, once we reduce down to 60, typically there's generally no passing in any 60 or below speed limit zones anyway.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any further hands up then. So we are now voting on the amendment to the main motion. And the amendment we are voting on is that the main motion be amended by changing clause 3 to reduce the design speed from 90 kilometers per hour to 80 kilometers per hour in front of the new school. And that a staff report be brought forward on a proposed speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour on Gray Road 5 at this location. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that motion is carried. Okay, so we are now revisiting the main motion as it has been amended. I'll just give a moment for the clerks to update that. Okay, I have already read the main motion. I have already read the amended motion. I'm not going to reread it all pieced together, but this was with regards to the final sections of that motion. So it is up on the screen for you to do a final review. And we'll do for any final discussion points on this main motion, which is now what we are voting on. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and with regards to the amended motion, with regards to the report to come back, a lot of school zones, as I mentioned a little bit ago, reduce the speed during school times. I don't know if that report can reflect that and what's the rationale around that, because like I said, in Maxwell, at a certain time, it goes from 50 to 40 during that time. And I don't know if that can come back in the report, because that during those times may reduce it even more, or what's the rationale behind that? Maybe an explanation through the report would speak to that. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess that would also be part of, in the report, would be the clarification about being a community safety zone as well. Okay, anything else to ask, comment? Yes, Councillor Dickert.
Thank you. On page 5479, it says future short-term road and future long-term road. What is the definition of, is this a temporary road, or why are they terming it short-term?
There might be a page differentiation between the whole package. Page 3, bottom of page 3.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it reads, it is unlikely that further substantive development would occur on the subject lands in the short or medium term planning horizon unless substantive changes in the current planning framework were to occur. So this is a bit confusing. So in this case, the lands in question are actually the lands across the road that would be subject to an entrance for that fourth leg extension. So this piece is really around that MTO request. And so again, given the limitations of development on those lands across the road, which are outside of the settlement area, located within the municipality of Meaford, and also located within the Niagara Escarpment Plan area, again, so the short or medium term planning horizon, staff feel that it's unlikely that development is to occur there within that planning horizon. If that helps, does that make sense?
Okay, is there a follow-up?
So just to clarify, so the term short-term isn't temporary, it's a road that is planned. But I am confused as the difference between short-term and long-term.
Yeah, thank you. So in this case, the reference is not necessarily about the road. It's really about whether or not new development were to occur on those lands across the road. So typically, when we're planning, we look sort of 20, 25, 30 years out, and think about kind of what are those things that we need to consider within that framework. And, it's unlikely, from staff's perspective that, within the next 20 years or so, we're likely to see, a settlement area, in the city of Owen Sound that would encompass those lands. Certainly, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict the future. But given the planning policies and framework that we have at this stage, that's sort of what we're seeing there. So the road itself would not be short term. The intersection itself would not be short term. If other developments are proposed in the surrounding area, of course, we would likely ask for that additional traffic review at that stage. There may be other additions or updates or upgrades to the roads proposed at that time, but yeah, nothing about the road that's proposed at this stage would be sort of short term.
Okay, any other final comments? Okay, so we've had a healthy discussion on it. It has been amended. We are voting now on the main motion as it's been amended. We have read that out already, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, could I ask you all to keep your hands up for a moment, please? Thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I see that is carried. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayrton and Ms. Hillier, for guiding us through that discussion. And with that, we will move on to item 7E. And we have online with us, we have Director Morrow to speak to this item. So I will put it on the floor. I'll see about getting it on the floor first. It's recommended that report HHRCW 0225 regarding the results of collective bargaining between Rockwood Terrace and Unifor Local 302 be received, and that County Council ratify and approve the recommendations of the bargaining team between the County of Grey and Unifor Local 302 to bind the new collective agreements, and that the warden and clerk be authorized to sign and bind the new collective agreements as ratified, and that County Council authorizes staff to make the necessary amendments to the rates of pay, benefits, and other issues identified as agreed changes. And may I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Carlton and seconded by Councillor Mackey. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Morrow.
Good afternoon, Warden Matrosovs and members of council. Firstly, I'm happy to say there are no speed limits to consider within this report. And I will get us started on a brief summary of the agreed to items with our unit partners. So as outlined in the recommendation, the County of Grey and Unifor Local 302 successfully negotiated a new memorandum of settlement for Rockwood Terrace staff. That is all staff with the exception of non-union and our ONA nursing partners. So the settlement supports the county's vision to be a high-performance municipal employer and maintains a respectful partnership between management and union representatives. Within the memorandum of settlement, there are wage increases and premium increases. So the agreement includes a market adjustment to the role of cook at 50 cents per hour increase before across-the-board wage increases. For all staff, there are general wage increases over the 2 years, totaling 6%. We have made modest increases to shift premiums for weekdays and weekends, and a modest increase to responsibility pay for unionized employees who temporarily take on supervisory roles. In regards to employee benefit enhancements, we included a long-term disability coverage enhancement that matches the rate of compensation at today's rate. Previously, we had a maximum in there that didn't provide for 66% of higher paid staff members within this collective agreement. We also included enhancements to pregnancy and parental leave top-up provisions and an additional paid holiday for unionized Indigenous staff members, specifically National Indigenous Peoples Day, which is recognized on June 21st of each calendar year. For working conditions and allowances, the agreement defines orientation hours for registered practical nurses. It revises job posting procedures to recognize our new online systems. It provides normative increases for reimbursement for uniforms and safety boots that are in line with our long-term care homes in Markdale and Owen Sound. And it increases vacation entitlement to 6 weeks for unionized staff members with over 20 years of service. The financial impact and costing, the first year cost is approximately $200,429, and the second year cost has been roughly estimated at $249,555 in the second year. And both of those years are within the upset limit that Council had previously approved when they provided us our negotiating mandate. And I'll leave the summary at that, and I'm available to answer questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. So I'll put it out to county council members if they have any questions. I think maybe the last one just tired everybody out, so I don't see anything. We do have one from Councillor Eccles.
Is the shoe boot premium very similar to our other contracts, or just the contracts within long-term care? Because a number of these, it's pay equity. So I was wondering whether that is equal going back on the pay equity comparisons.
Through you, Councillor Eccles, we wouldn't be considering pay equity when it comes to boots, but we do consider the actual work performed, I believe, and without pulling all of the collective agreement and benefits together, the only group that has a higher rate is our QB operators, and our QB operators are permitted to boot purchases within a year within an upset limit, and that is due to the additional work duties that they perform. As you can imagine, when you're operating a plow in the winter months, that's a pretty sweaty endeavor for your boots, and our QB partners go through those faster.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I was remiss earlier, pardon me, Warden Matrosovs and members of council. I'm happy to say as well that the memorandum of settlement was successfully positively ratified by our union partners earlier last week.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look around the room. We have a question from Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Madam Warden. Thanks, Jen, for the report. The question is around the conditions for the Indigenous holiday and whether or not, like in BC, it is a statutory holiday for the province of BC. Are we giving it to one select group, and will we be challenged by other staff persons that they should receive it if we're only giving it to a select group? Thanks.
The National Truth and Reconciliation Day that is recognized in the fall is a federal statutory holiday. We now, within all of our groups, have more than the provincial standard. We have some recognized days, that being Remembrance Day. So yes, we are providing an additional day. We do provide National Indigenous Peoples Day with the ratification of this collective agreement to our partners that hold status as First Nations, Inuit, and Métis on June 21st of each day. It's a day to honor and recognize the unique heritage, diverse cultures, and outstanding contributions to our culture of our Indigenous staff members. And I would hope that we would not be challenged on that, but certainly within our culture, providing this day to our Indigenous team members felt like a good thing to do to recognize their culture.
Okay, there's a follow-up from Councillor Mackey.
So the question, Jen, maybe I didn't come across it. It's not about giving it to our Native or Indigenous and Métis members that work for us, but will the other non-Métis, non-Indigenous members then expect that they're going to get this statutory holiday also?
Through you, Warden Matrosovs, to Councillor Mackey, the collective agreement is quite clear on who receives it and what is needed to qualify for it. And being as our bargaining unit partners have already ratified, I believe there's an understanding of what this day is given for and what is meant to do.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any further hands up for any further questions, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Morrow. Okay, so next we're going to go to item 7F. And it's with regards to the new multi-residential property tax subclass. And the recommendation is that report FRCW 1725 new multi-residential property tax subclass options and considerations be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor DeBreen. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Spicer.
Thank you, Madam Warden. 2:13 in the afternoon, there's probably nothing more exciting to everybody in the room than tax policy. So I like to think that I'm just one-upped planning. So in the spring 2025 budget, there was a new optional affordable rental housing subclass that was introduced. If it's adopted, it provides a reduction for eligible units of up to 35% of the new multi-res rate. And so as a reminder, new multi-res is the same rate as residential, which is a 1. So it would be up to 35%, and that's at the discretion of the municipality should it be adopted. So there's a number of requirements that need to be met regarding the eligibility. So it's not simply that it's the overall property or that you're currently in the original multi-residential category. So each unit would need to meet the criteria about affordability, and tax policy, as a reminder, set at the county level as the upper tier municipality. If we wished to implement this new subclass for 2026, a bylaw would have to be passed by September 30th. Attached to the agenda is correspondence that was received by the City of Owen Sound from Ontario, so Owen Sound Municipal Nonprofit, asking that the subclass be adopted. And we haven't received through any other member municipalities a similar request, but we're aware of other nonprofits that are interested in the topic. And given the short time frame to make a decision, the recommendation in the report is that we study the impact. If you're interested in pursuing what would be a third multi-residential class, albeit this one would be a subclass. And just because September 30th is the deadline, it doesn't mean the deadline forever. It's the deadline for 2026. And if you chose to tell us that you wanted to implement the subclass, we would pass the reduction as part of the 2026 tax policy, which has to be passed in 2026. It can't be passed in advance of the year. Just as a reminder, so we've currently got 2 tax classes for multi-residential. Multi-res, which was the old one, and a new multi-res, which came in at a rate of 1, again, the same as residential. And the only difference between the two was when the properties were built. So my report makes the reference that if you had 2 that had the exact same assessed value, one built in 1 year and one built in the year that applied to the new multi-res class, then the amount of property tax they would pay was different. So in 2023, Council agreed with the recommendation to start moving the original multi-res ratio down over 4 years so that 2026 would be the final year, and it would then be the same ratio as the new multi-res class and residential at 1. There'd be some work to be done to determine eligibility. So we would need to determine what properties meet the criteria, how many units, and work with MPAC. So we do know the number of units that Grey County manages and where they're located, and they would qualify to move into this category if it was adopted. We also know for the nonprofits that we provide subsidy to, where those properties are located, and we would have to do some work to determine how many of them meet the eligibility of the affordability criteria and whether any of their market rent units fall into that criteria or not. And it's based on the criteria that is set for every municipality about your affordability levels. And then we would also need to work to determine if there's any other units across the county that meet the criteria that might have these federal and provincial agreements that aren't anything that falls within our budget. That would require some assistance from MTE, your member municipalities, and discussions with MPAC. And as the report mentions, the units, we should keep in mind, are not evenly dispersed across the county. So we would want to do some sensitivity analysis if you were interested in ever adopting this subclass to determine the impact on the municipalities that obviously have more units than the rest, and the impact as well, because it would also affect the amount of property taxes that we are paying to your municipalities on behalf of the units that we have. And again, I know it's not the most exciting topic in the world, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, well, and we have it on the floor to receive for information. So we'll put it out there to see if there are council members that have questions or comments, and we'll begin with Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Thank you, Mayor Lou. And we in Southgate are receiving a similar letter from a community first housing group in Southgate, which we'll be updating as a result of this conversation, realizing that the county sets the rates and that there's some work involved in determining the implications of existing affordable units that would qualify and the cost associated, because the amount of dollars, it just shifts to residential class. So I understand that there would be work involved. But I'm grateful that you clarified that it would apply to only those eligible units within a multi-residential. So that then there again, there's that much more calculations. In this report, through you, Warden, do we need to provide direction that we're interested in getting that report and further through that process so that we are in a position to make a decision as to whether or not we want to introduce this subclass? Like right now, we're only receiving for information. If council would like to provide staff with direction, that we would need to undertake some work, yes.
Okay, so we'll just finish our discussion and then perhaps revisit that. We'll go to Councillor Greg.
Thank you, Warden, for the opportunity to speak to this. Mary Lou, I've been jacked for this report all day. Don't sell yourself short. I'm excited. I would actually have a subsequent motion to the effect that staff not pursue a tax subclass for a variety of reasons. Anyone I'm going to enter into a debate in this subject, the first question I'm going to ask them is, are the residents consuming any less services than any of the other residents around them? We all use the same services and we're all asked to pay for them. This isn't like farmland that doesn't use policing, doesn't go to the library, doesn't skate in the ice rink, doesn't go to the park. It doesn't use any services. So there's less tax burden. This is a request to minimize the tax burden at a great expense potentially to the other existing taxpayers across the county. Those taxpayers across the county did not create the affordability crisis. This is something that's been building and needs support from higher levels of government, but it's unfair and not equitable to ask other taxpayers to assume the tax burden to facilitate this subclass. It's not fixing the problem of affordability, it's shifting it to 25 or 30-year-olds who are paying $1,800 or $2,000 a month in an apartment, or 40% or 45% of their income, and asking them to pay more for the same services as everyone else is using. the last thing I would say, the easiest part of the tax calculation is the very last one, which is a simple calculation of the tax rate versus the assessed value. And the framework or the principle of property tax as it exists right now is those that have a higher ability to afford to pay more do, and it's generally comes about from the higher assessed value on their property. Tax rate is the same against higher ability to pay, so they pay more. So there's already that built into the system, and I certainly don't support entertaining subclasses that are not going to be able to solve the problem and worsen affordability on other particularly portions of the county, because I'm certainly aware of where most of the affordable housing would lay. And most of it is in the higher urban centers of Owen Sound and Hanover, likely. You'd be contributing less to the county, and the other municipalities are all going to be absorbing that reduction from that tax burden coming from those municipalities. So those are my comments on it. I am certainly in support of receiving for information, but I don't think I think I'd like to provide direction to staff that in the future, in the face of further requests that do come in, that we're not following up on this. There's a plethora of different items from the county or from the province I don't agree with. This is one of them. Highway 413, their position on speed cameras, bike lanes. The province isn't always right. And I think this is an indication of something they put in the budget that is there, but it should not be taken advantage of.
Okay, thank you. So the main motion right now is that we're looking to receive for information. There was also some dialogue that came from the previous counselor in terms of what there might be in a next step. So we've heard a couple of opinions on that. So I will look around for other comments. We'll go to I was going to say Counselor Nielsen because you're sitting in Counselor Nielsen's chair. Counselor Mackey, we'll go to you.
I've had that hat on once, but
You got in trouble for that.
I did. I just wanted to say that I agree with Counselor Gregg, and if he is putting a motion on the floor, that I would second it, that we not look at this any further. Thank you.
Okay, now the way that we have the motion right now is just to receive for information. Right now, there would be no further action, just to receive for information. If there's an amendment to that main motion, then that may cause us to look at other avenues. Okay, looking around the room for other discussion. Okay, so we are now, it looks like we've exhausted the hands on the discussion of the main motion. So I will just follow through and say, is there an amendment to the main motion to propose? So we'll go to Counselor Dobreen.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, appreciating that it will require work in providing the information. I still feel there is value to this table to understanding the impact that this request would have on our residents, whether or not it's introduced. I'm not in favor usually of asking for work that might not get supported. But in this case, we are all getting the requests and I think it's worth understanding what the financial implications would be on our taxpayers. So I would like to put a motion for an amendment forward and that a staff report come back to council outlining the financial implications of this subclass proposal.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Warden, are you seconding that? Okay, so it's moved and seconded. We're going to give the clerk a moment to put that up onto the screen, and then we'll make sure the wording is correct for you, Counselor Dobreen. And just before we visit that, we'll go to Mary Lou.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And so just for clarity, if we go ahead and we study this, if there is no bylaw passed by September 30th, there is no adoption of the subclass for 2026. So we'd be studying this in 2027 with the earliest adoption, if council chose, would be 2027.
Okay, so Councillor DeBreen, it has been moved and seconded. Is there some clarification in the wording then that you wish? Or,
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify that we would not be, a report would not be coming back. The work would not be done until 2027 for 2027, or it would be done in 2026 for implementation at the end of 2026 for 2027. Through you, Madam Warden. Yes, so we would undertake work in 2026 to inform a decision that would either be made or for information only for 2027 tax policy.
okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. It's on the floor for discussion. We're just discussing the amendment. We'll go to Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. Quick question to Mary Lou. Can you confirm yes or no that there's going to still be a subsequent reduction in the old multi-residential rate next year as long as council conforms to the trajectory that we had set?
Through you, Madam Warden. So you're correct, Councillor Gregg, that 2026 is the last year of the proposed reduction to the original multi-res ratio. And as we've done with the previous 3 reductions, we have worked in conjunction with the City of Owen Sound because we need to be in lockstep with the city. It would not serve any benefit if we implemented the reduction and Owen Sound did not, because again, where are the bulk of the units?
Okay, we'll go to Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you. And I did note that I would like to modify the wording somewhat, just to clarify that this is a property subclass of up to 35%. It wouldn't mean that even if council decided to pursue it, that it would have to be the full 35%. Correct?
Okay, let me hear the response, because I have to make sure we're not doing anything that's substantive in the motion that's been moved and seconded.
Through you, Madam Warden. Yes, the way the subclass works is that a council could choose to make a reduction of up to 35%. And it would be the council's choice of what that percent was.
Okay, so there's no need to make any clarification in the motion. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, we're ready to call the vote on the amendment, and it is, where is the amendment part? Right here. So the amendment that we're voting on, that has been moved and seconded, is that the motion be amended, the main motion be amended by inserting a clause to request a staff report on financial impacts on implementation of the new multi-residential property tax subclass. That's what we're voting on. All those in favor? Okay, hold your hands high, please, for me. Okay, and all those against? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, there's a request for a recorded vote. We will, Madam Clerk, I want to give you some time and space to set that up, so I'll declare a 2-minute break before we call that vote. Oh. Okay, sorry, there's a new system in place. She's all set. We've got the go ahead. Okay. All right. So Madam Clerk, then if you are ready, then please call that recorded vote.
Councillor Mackey. I didn't. Councillor Mackey is opposed. Councillor McKay is absent. Councillor Carlton. Councillor Carlton is in favor. Councillor Pringle. Opposed. Councillor McQueen. Opposed. Councillor Nielsen.
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Patterson. Opposed, Counselor Dickert. Opposed, Counselor Kentner. So that was in favor. Okay. Counselor Kentner is in favor. Counselor Keaveney. In favor. Counselor Body. Opposed. Counselor Gregg. Opposed. Counselor Milne. In favor. Counselor Dobreen. In favor. Warden Matrosovs. In favor. In favor. Counselor Bordignon is absent. Counselor Eccles. Opposed. Counselor Hutchinson left at lunch. That motion lost 49-31.
Okay, thank you. We actually have gone past break time, so I'm just gonna call a 2-minute break if we can just, if anybody needs a break, because we do have a number of items left to go on the agenda. And then we'll reconvene. So 2 minutes, we'll be back on schedule. Okay, so that has been a brief break. I'm going to encourage our county council members to come back to their seats, and perhaps we can get somebody to round up others who may have left the room. All right, so I think we, looks like we're getting a quorum of everyone seated. Okay, and Senior Manager Whitney, I know you're all excited about getting up, but hold on a second. I am gonna put 6B in front of you because yours is related to us going into closed session. So it makes, for the flow of things, the clerk and I discussed that it's better that we take care of a brief. I understand there's just a brief question on item 6B, which was pulled from the consent agenda. So it's okay, just relax. I've got my eye on you. I know you're heading our way. Okay, so we're going to return to the one item that was pulled from the consent, which is item 6B. And it is recommended that PDR CW 5325 be received and that the application for minor exemption under the County Forest Management Bylaw lot 196 concession 1 ESTR. Oh, thank you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, because we called the break in between the amendment and the main motion, we do need to go back to that main motion. So just before we get to 6B, I'll stop there. And we do have the main motion still to take care of that we stopped short of just before our break. And the main motion on, make sure this is all clear. The main motion for 7F is that the report FRCW 1725 new multi-residential property tax class, subclass options and considerations be received for information. That is what we are voting on. Any further discussion on receiving for information? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for everyone's guidance in that. We'll return back to 6B then. It's recommended that report PDR CW 5325 be received and that the application for minor exemption under the County Forest Management Bylaw for Lot 196 Concession 1 ESTR Geographic Township of Artemisia, now in the municipality of Grey Highlands, municipally known as 773093 Highway 10, be approved. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Pringle, seconded by Councillor Mackey. It's on the floor for discussion and we'll bring up Sarah Johnson is all ready to make her presentation and then we will go to the questions for which it was pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually don't have a formal presentation prepared, but I'm ready to take any questions that there may be.
Oh, okay. All right. So she is here as a resource to answer any questions. So Councillor Greg, you requested this be pulled.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Warden. The question is, Sarah, having sat many years in the Conservation Authority and being able to see some of the tree planting programs that are in place, some of them are taxpayer funded. This has the appearance of a plantation, an intentional plantation. I just wonder, is there anything currently in place that safeguards if taxpayer funded programs were utilized for certain properties? Are they protected for a number of years against just being plowed under, so to speak? Or is that something that doesn't exist? However, it's something that we might be contemplating when we're looking at new tree bylaw and updates, because that's the one concern I have here is it kind of looks like a youthful new planning. And I think it could be frustrating to see taxpayer dollars expended on programs only to see them plowed under a couple years after.
Through you, Warden. I did have an opportunity this morning to reach out to Saugeen Valley because it's their watershed that it's in. And I spoke with Donna Lacey about this property in particular. SVCA did plant this property, but they have no record indicating that they used a funding program in order to do that. That said, within the bylaw itself, there's no mechanism that restricts a landowner should they purchase property to prevent them from doing what you have indicated, plowing under a previously planted woodland that has been used through those kind of funding programs. Oh, so sorry. And just to add on that, the new bylaw itself, we're looking into ways as to how we can protect these properties a little bit better. As we know, we haven't got that far yet, but we are looking into ways that we can manage those properties. There are checks and balances, specifically when people are doing harvesting applications, that they have to indicate that, they're part of the MIFTIP program or that sort of thing. So there are opportunities within the bylaw update for us to look into things like that.
I appreciate hearing that. That's great feedback that you're still looking or potentially looking into that. Yeah, I know the managed forest programs are in place, but this could be something like if you purchased a heritage building, it comes with certain expectations on the purchaser. So it's just good to know that staff are evaluating the potential considerations there. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for our coordinator? Okay, not seeing any then. We'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much for providing that information. Okay, that allows us now. Get ready. Here it comes. Okay, so we are on our last item for open, 7G. And we may or may not need to go into closed for this particular item, only if council members wish that they need some solicitor client privilege information advice. So with that, then it's recommended that report CSR CW 1925 regarding roof repairs for the roofing system at the Grey County Administration Building be received, and that the County of Grey utilize Garland Canada to complete the roof repairs, and that the unbudgeted funding for roof repairs be taken from any surplus realized in the 2025 property budget, and the remaining funds be transferred from the administration properties reserve. Do we have a mover for that? Okay, moved by Councillor Carlton, seconder. Councillor DeBreen, thank you. It's moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Thank you very much, Senior Manager Whitney, and the floor is yours.
I'm just going to give a quick background on the roof. Basically, the roof on the existing part of the building was done in 2017 as part of the renovation. We hired a consultant, Garland Canada, to come in and oversee the work that was being done. They specify their products, and then we go out to tender to get a contractor to complete the work. Last fall, we had a leak in one of our washrooms on the second floor. Upon further investigation, we found a small leak in the Baravault systems. We also noted that part of the flat roof was spongy and soft. We then had Garland Canada back in, and they did some probing and some thermal scans. So they go in at night and do a thermal scan, and we found that 4,000 square feet of roof is wet. So we had Pollard come in, they fixed the one leak. We haven't had any leaks since, so there is just wet insulation right now that we need to remove and add a new membrane to it. We did have a third party come in. We had DJ Pete, who is now NEDLAW, and they came up with some potential causes. The mechanical curbs are too low. There's not enough roof drains, and rem bearing terminations at mechanical curbs are deficient. So we had them do up a quote for us. They are projecting $210,000 for a roof replacement. If we went with them, it would void our warranty with Garland. So we are recommending that we get Garland to do the specs, the drawings, tender it out, and have them do it, as that would keep the warranty going on the whole entire roof. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the existing leak or any issues.
Okay, thank you. So we've got questions. We'll begin with the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Warden. And I guess I'm having a little bit of trouble connecting the dots here, as it was earlier noticed. What would be the point of worrying about voiding the warranty if the warranty doesn't cover the work that is being proposed here now? Can you help me with that, please?
So that's two options that, I mean, we have on the table right now. I mean, we can go with Garland. We can go to a different company and not have the warranty. Now, they would provide a warranty on their work for 10 years, but we would void the warranty on the 25 years on the existing, the existing portion of the other roof. I guess is my answer. And there is some legal stuff involved in that, so.
Okay, so be careful, because anything further than that, we would need to go into closed session to pursue that. I'll look to see if there are any other questions. We'll go to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you. And I too had a similar question because the report says that it's not covered under warranty. But that if we choose anyone other than them, it will void the warranty. But it's not covered under?
Okay, I'm just gonna go over to the CAO first.
And Aaron can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it would potentially void the warranty on the remaining portions of the roof. So the other portions that we have currently under warranty with Garland.
Okay, so I'll put it out if there are other questions, and we'll decide whether or not we need to go into closed session. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. A couple questions. What does the warranty actually say? One. And obviously there was a leak and they fixed it. Did they do that repair regardless because of the warranty? But if the warranty, okay, maybe I'll stop there and come back. But what does the warranty say? Right.
Okay, I think at this point, in order for us to have full details, it would be best that we carry on this conversation in closed session. So with that, then, Madam Clerk, if we go into closed session, we can entertain both items and then come back out to this as an open session question. Okay, so let's, in order for staff to be able to provide full answers, let us recommend that the Committee of the Whole does now go into closed session pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss, number one, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and this is potential land exchanges with the Township of Southgate. And number two, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, if as it's required, regarding the Grey County Administration building roof repair. May I ask for a mover? Councillor Breen moves and Councillor Mackey seconds to go into closed session. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. So we'll take a moment to go into closed session and then we will carry